Hey man, what's up, guys? It's Kevin from South Boston. Listen, I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right? Are you ready to put it out there that
You sound like Higgins, bro.
you wrong?
Is it Higgins?
Is this Higgins?
You wrong.
17,
You're
2022 with this.
What'd you think of
photograph?
Higgins
This
on the
photograph
JFK show
was
last night?
sent
Did you guys
by
hear Higgins?
Trooper
She said he's a
DeChico.
decorated dude.
We love you.
Like that means anything, she says.
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with your
Yes.
permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I have just a second?
Right, thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you gonna need this.
It's Exhibit FF for ID.
Mhm.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Okay.
Exhibit 116.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, the statement, "no nudes so far," correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, "funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone," correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone, correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote, "no nudes so far," right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, "no nudes so far"?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote "no nude so far," I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself's investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read?
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but I cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Okay.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you. Was
You hear me?
Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded.
That's why.
Correct?
Chain.
I acknowledge the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask you another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain
Good morning.
to receive
You can hear me?
information
Yo,
that your
you can hear me
subordinate
good, everybody?
was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here,
Okay.
that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you've derived, correct?
Who do this?
You work for the public. Would you agree?
Hell of a morning.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you
Why?
believe it was a misuse of
That's what they
authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Man,
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you
So
sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
no, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication
What?
skills.
His
end quote,
oral?
correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional.
No wonder why you guys
number
like
4
so
rating out of
spilled
5,
so
correct?
much.
That's correct.
God damn.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
That's okay.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
Wow. Bro,
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what
You
does that mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes
Higgins.
on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct?
Well,
Cell phone.
yes, it does.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
Wow. Shit,
And you went on
crazy.
to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
He's admitting to a lot this morning. I think that he knows
Professionalism?
he looked
Yes.
stupid.
You believe that he acted
Over the
acted
weekend,
in
he had
accordance
an
with the highest
epiphany.
standards of professionalism?
During his 90-day performance, yes.
Let's hope that.
And you didn't
Threw
just
up
say
a
he
disclaimer
displayed
and
professionalism.
everything.
You said
He might be team
utmost
James
professionalism,
Jackson,
correct?
JFK,
Yes.
long gamers,
Competence?
disclaimer,
You believe he
layover,
displayed competence?
you name it.
Yes.
Look at him. He's
And
like
not just in
a little
integrity,
kid getting yelled.
but he conducted himself, as you put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
That is correct, sir. Look at it.
Did it
He's
show
getting
integrity
scolded.
in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication.
Yeah.
He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor.
Use
It
the
is
First Amendment.
unprofessional and unfortunate he said
you
that.
know,
This was
TV's in
not,
court fighting for that.
Sergeant Buchanan, a private
But it's okay
text
for
message
Proctor to use
conversation.
his. Come on, man.
His boss.
Can't have your fucking cake and eat it too. Yeah, you better load that big dome piece up because you sound like a boy that's getting
One of whom
spoken to by
It
his
was
dad.
amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
Excuse me. What?
No, I would disagree with you on that.
Yeah, okay.
This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunately shared on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Wow.
Objection.
Sustained.
How? He said
Do
it.
you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative.
What?
Move on.
Don't talk to my uncle like that, Auntie Bev.
You wrote in your report,
Be a
if I may
fight
have
at
a moment, Your Honor.
Thanksgiving.
You wrote in your report
That what you
about
want?
his
Fight
conduct.
over the Thanksgiving table?
He shows
front of the
composure,
kids?
dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? He talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
Comments first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
You fucking- Not important, though, but
You know what I mean?
so
We,
important
approach it
to
just very
show that
quickly
he
for
was in on the
civilians.
text thread.
Okay, jurors, feel
Laugh.
free to stand up and stretch.
Type of dude he is, man. Man. Let me say what up to some people. How's everybody this morning? Cheryl with an S, what up to the mods? Holding me down this morning. I appreciate everybody that's in the chat. I don't know why my shit's not going up. Going up. Pause if necessary. Not talking. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. But I'm not Domino. What up, Cash? What up, Cash? What up, Lynn? What up, Gigi? Pastor Pepper, would ya? Sarah G, Lynn Diaz, Cash, Lynn Diaz, Sarah G, Lynn Diaz, Becky G, in the place to be. Cash, what up, Priscilla? What up, Becky G? Carla Mass. Carla Mass, are you the one I seen out in Boston, Mass? For the show from the kid from Cambridge, Mass? Carla Mass? Yeah, this shit is wild. Bukaki back on the stand, taking the hit for everybody. Kelly Pagan. Not you, Carla Mass. It's funny because when she said, I'm always in the chat, I'm such and such Mass, and I was like, oh yeah, I think I know who you are. And I said, are you Carla Mass? And then her boyfriend like pulled her away. Like, okay, dude, just was having a conversation, but bye, have a good night, you know? It's all good. Keep it stepping. What up, Kelly Pepin? Keep it stepping, I told him. Yeah, so tonight is the night. I ended up getting some tickets to the Kendrick concert at Gillette Stadium, which is gonna be dope. I didn't plan on going, but it was like a last minute something came up. My nephew, we got him for my nephew. Well, my sister that got my nephew for his birthday. I mean, for Christmas. I'm sorry, the tickets. So she got him in December, maybe even before that. But the tickets are real good tickets, so I didn't want to see him lose out and her and them lose out. So we work something out, and I'm gonna go with my boy tonight. Go see Kendrick, which should be dope. I don't know if any of you guys know Kendrick Lamar is, but he's the one who performed at the Super Bowl halftime this year. He sings that song, They Not Like Us, They Not Like Us. Oh, let me see if I can pull something up. I seen this, so this creator, shit, did it download? I'm sorry. I think I could just go to YouTube, but then I would have to take the fan down. Could do it at lunchtime, unless it, let me see. This creator, this woman was speaking about JFK and I, which was pretty cool. Some of you guys might know her. This might be her. No, that's not her. Some clown saying about me sticking up for Karen Reed, this, that, and it's like this and like that. I said, bro, you got 3 people that are excited at what you said, or 2, including him. That was 3. I said, there's 200,000 people on our thread comment, but your comment got 2 likes. I said, calm the fuck down, bro. God bless. You don't have to come at me because the police did sloppy police work.
I should have given you a break before this, but I thought that was going to be quick. Why don't we take the morning recess and we'll take
Oh, okay. Okay. JFK. Add to the stage. JFK. What up, Jay? I know shit is
What up,
rough.
what up,
But
what
do
up,
you
what up,
split?
man? You know how we do it. Ain't nothing to
Yeah,
it.
ain't nothing to it. Kelly Pepin. Tell him to keep it stepping. Jay, I was just saying how this creator, this woman on TikTok, I'm sure you've seen it by now. I don't remember. I was looking for her name, so I was just gonna pull it up. I think I liked it on YouTube. But I tried to send it to myself in an email just now and it didn't go through. But she was speaking about, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna play it through the mic. That's what I'm gonna do. Old school, like we're on the phone. Check it out.
Of the whole Karen. For listeners who might be new or might not know, what I think is objectively the funniest part of the
I
whole
hear it very
Karen
well.
Reed story is that a few months ago, there's this like YouTube talk show of these 2 dudes. And they just like hang out in a car. One of them was like in a car doing like broadcasting from the car. And they're talking about the case and they're very pro Karen Reed.
It's a plane.
And somebody calls in and is like, hey, this is Kevin from South Boston. I just want to say that these guys you're talking about, they're like decorated dudes, man. They're decorated dudes. And then one of the hosts is like, is this Higgins? And he's like, no, you wrong. You wrong. He said that phrase, you wrong. And then he fucking hung up. Which, by the way, kind of confirms it was probably Higgins. That the guy, instead of just, and then in the text
Definitely
today,
was Higgins, lady.
times, instead of writing the word your, he wrote you.
Yeah, but she
so
pointed
an example
out.
would be, this is an exact example, but it would be like, you being bad right now.
Instead of your being
why you
bad.
being fresh right now?
Why?
And I'm like, he's saying you instead of you
Yeah.
are. Right. Like he did it a couple of times, and I'm like, That seems a lot like Kevin from Southie
Can you
coded to me.
hold on?
That
Say
kind
something.
of language use, but
You
Oh
should
not
play that
goddamn! There it
clip.
goes.
Yeah.
You should play that clip. It's really interesting. When I heard it, I was like, oh my God, that's Higgins. Kevin
I
from
will.
Southie.
We played it on the podcast before.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll find it and I will drop it into folks can hear. It's honestly, it's objectively hilarious.
Yeah. So that's
Listeners who
Rebecca
might be new or might not know.
Lavawi or something. But she's on my Twitter. If you're on my Twitter, I posted it back up. But it's funny to me, Jay, because first things first, she said the your part, and I get that a lot when I write sometimes instead of me writing your or you are YOUR or whatever. How they say, oh, why don't these people from the Free Karen Read know how to spell the word your? It's like, I don't mean to do it on purpose. I guess maybe it just comes out, but she just said it. It was a South Boston thing, I guess. But that was funny. But no, the other thing is how it's just coming out now. Like, more people are speaking on it. More people are saying, noticing things. Oh, did you see this? Did you see Nicole point? And it's like, please, I get it. Everybody wants. We seen it. We've seen it all. We've seen. There was actually one point. It was a spider that fucking ran by. We saw that. Disclaimer. Oh man, but you know what I mean. We've seen
Well,
it
here's the
all.
thing. It's back to what we say. If she would have said, they were doing a reenactment video, she only seen the clip. So I understand that she didn't do that on purpose, but the context of it is king. The completeness of why he called. He didn't just randomly call in like they put it. So it kind of
Right.
takes, to me, it takes the real reason away from it.
Well,
He
Jay,
didn't
funny you
just.
say that. Real quick, that's how I reposted it. I said I gave a context of why the call actually happened. The reenactment, meeting his friend. He said, but thank you for sharing or whatever. And then she said whatever. But yeah, exactly. It's the completeness. The completeness of the phone call. It's back to that. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, bro.
That's
You're right. We did a reenactment video that I think if you watch it and you see it, what we did, how small it is in there, I think it gives you an idea. If the jury had that video to see, video similar of that, of the inside the waterfall in A, and then they seen the original waterfall footage, they would know for a fact that it was going down. I think they
right.
still, unfortunately, with the bug eye lens and the way everything's lined up in that footage, as far as you zone in on the three characters, Brian A, Chris A, and Higgins, and then you don't see, well, at least the way they showed at that time, and you don't see John O'Keefe, so you don't get the effect of it where
Hey
in.
there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
Hold
You
on
know, a
one
lot of the
second.
trials we cover
No
remind
worries,
me
no worries.
that the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much. That is where a great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. This is a firm
When
with
that
over
happens, just remove
1,000
it from the
attorneys. You know
stage,
why?
bro.
Because they
Yeah,
win a lot.
just
The past
usually
2
what
months,
I do.
Morgan &
Yeah,
Morgan
let me
secured
get
a
back in there.
$9.3
I just
million
usually
verdict
go
for a
right
car
into.
crash victim in Florida. A $5.6
I'm saying you could
Yeah,
just remove it from
yeah.
the stage
Go ahead.
and then
Oh,
take
it's
care of
still
it.
on though.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
all
still
right. I
on,
see what
and
you're
then you just
saying.
hit
Then
skip
go to it.
message,
Yeah.
and then just put it back
Where
up.
is
That
it?
way you don't. But yeah, if they seen inside the waterfall, that there's no way they could have been talking to There's no way Higgins, Chris A, Big Bad Brian A could have been talking to anybody else. And like I said, the way they're showing it in court, they're zoning in on the three characters, and then they say, okay, let's do it from the POV of John, and let's do it from the POV of this, and then let's do the completeness. So when you show the real inside of the waterfall, the reenactment video, you see how close it is. And it's just like there's no denying there was an issue, because if he just wanted him to come to 34 Fairview, he would have just walked over to him and said, "Hey, John, about to leave. You want to come over to 34 Fairview? It's where we're going over there after. You
Right.
want to come through?" Or, as Turtle Boy would say, when Turtle Boy went through it, everybody was leaving and he decided not to leave. So that says a whole lot too. Everybody walked out the door, but no, 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 no. Higgins didn't want to walk out the door. So, like I said, if he wanted to turn back around and tell John to come to 34 Fairview, he would have just walked up to him because it was just a couple of steps away. But instead, he stopped, made a spectacle, and did what he
Yep.
did.
And then went back wherever he went, and they gassed him up probably even more. And that's when the text went out, "Are you coming here?" You know, it's I mean, to me anyway, that's just in between time. In the meantime, what were they talking about? Were they talking about like, yeah, when he gets here, man, either you guys just work things out and just let him know what's been going down, or whatever. And who knows? Maybe John rolled up. I mean, we don't know. We don't know how that's the only one that could really answer that. But she has no memory of it. Is Karen, and Jen and people that were there. I don't think we're ever gonna get the completeness. It's gonna be like a show that we never got to finish. You know what I mean? It's not gonna have no ending to it. It will have an ending that we all hoping, we all believe that's gonna happen as far as Karen being free of these charges. I believe that. Shit, I'm not even paying attention. We might even. But Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy. I hear everything you're saying,
Oh,
my
oh
dude.
shit! I was gonna say, goddamn, this whole time. Um, but
Nah,
no,
man, you're
so
making some great points, brother. I'm listening.
no, because I'm out
I'm
of the
just sharing. I'm just
StreamYard. I'm
sharing the
out of
link.
StreamYard. I'm out of StreamYard, so I can't even see the screen. That's why I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, I'm just
But
sharing.
yeah,
I'm just
so
sharing the link a little
man,
bit.
it's just like I said, man. We'll never know exacts of what happened. I think, but who knows? Maybe we will. Maybe it'll come out one day. One of these people will have
Exactly what the beef was about. Well, last night, Tiffany called from Peabody. Shout out Tiffany, if she's
Mm.
in the chat. I know
Who's
that she
this?
watches us. She's just a long gamer,
All in.
and she
Oh, okay,
watches
yeah.
us. And she made a phone call last night, and she pointed out that the hot plumber line inside the text messages. Oh, is the
Oh,
plumber
yeah.
hot? So to really think about it now, we went over this so many times, right? But it's funny because you go over something so many times, and then you're back. Here we are again, right? So the hot
Right.
plumber. So probably, most likely, he was talking about Higgins. Like, is he hot? The same way you called Higgins hot, like you said. Did he know? So that kind of shows an indication that he did know. Just
Well,
new things are
you
coming
know
out in
what
the text
else?
messages. Go ahead, brother.
She called him. He called her the weed whacker. Maybe she called him the plumber. Who knows?
Well,
You know?
yeah, I'm just saying the plumber. Remember, she said the plumber was coming over to help at
Yeah,
the,
yeah. I know what you're saying.
and he
No,
said,
whether
"Is the plumber hot?" I forget the context he said. I'm pretty sure someone in the chat will know exactly what he said, but I'm paraphrasing. He basically said, hopefully the plum is hot. So was that like a slick shot? Like, I
right.
seen the text between you and Higgins, and then that goes back to what you said when he walked in. He gave Higgins a hug. You know,
Yeah, like he knew what was going down for sure. Um, that's a great point. He and that's the thing. That's why I say, like, when we were talking about this the night after the last live you and I did together, I think it was what, Thursday night. Anyway, yeah, I think it was, no, Friday night. How we were talking about just the relationship wise and the text messages and shit like that, and it kind of gives you an idea of where they stood in their relationship. Karen thought they were just dating. She didn't look at it too serious as like, she didn't see marriage, she didn't see kids, she didn't see. And usually, like at this age in our lives, when you get, at least for me anyway, I never expected my situation to turn out the way it did, but it did, and that's just the way things are sometimes. But at our age, when we get in our 40s, we start to look at, is this what do I have to offer this person, and what does this person have to offer me? And man, that's what it comes down to. So I think Karen stepped back, look and see like what does John have to offer me? I'm a professor. He's a cop. He just wants, and I'm not gonna say like I know this, but I'm just saying as far as at that age, that's where I think people stand for the most part. So I just don't think they saw it like that. And
I think she
but
was just trying to make sense
right,
of what the hell she was doing at that point, you know?
right,
Like, the nostalgia wore off.
yep.
20 years before that, they were listening to Ja Rule. I'm not always there when you call,
Call,
but I'm
but I'm
always on
always on
time.
time.
Then the
Yep.
pandemic hit, and they were like, oh, let's play feetsies, and this is real cuddly, and let's watch Netflix, and let's go shopping, and
Netflix
let's
and
wash our
chill.
hands every 5 seconds. And everything was fucking comfortable, and everything was
Yo,
everything, the timing was right. And the next thing you know, that shit wore off, doors opened back up, and it's like, what am I doing here? And it's like, how do I describe it? And she probably, when you go to work in them quarters, like she is working as a banker, Karen comes in, she got the suit on, she's pretty, she got her hair done, she's smelling good, looking good. So Karen, is he ever gonna marry you? Are you ever gonna have your own kids? And that probably
right.
drove her crazy. She probably was like, you know what? Hold on a minute. Let me go to the bathroom and grab this fucking Hennessy and do a couple of shots. And
Shit.
and I mean that with all due respect. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I did the last, 18 months, I had 10 surgeries. I had colon cancer. This guy don't know my pain. He's a
Right,
cop. He's got the kids. I get it. I'm not gonna call him my man. I can't call him my fiance. So it's like,
Mama
what is this? So
J's.
you know what? I'm just gonna say we're dating. That
We're
way
dating.
it takes that pressure off when someone says, "So what's up with your relation?" Oh, we're just dating. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. It's not serious,
Yeah.
right?
No,
And so if that's not serious, if John wasn't serious, that means Higgins was just a blip, a bloop. I
oh
don't
yeah.
even know. What do you call it? What did you say it was?
Walk on by. Just walk on. She just like somebody you walk on by. I mean, you're not thinking about spending the rest. And I hate to say it like that, Higgins. Like you may have felt a different way. Hold on, guys, as I adjust my dial, pause if necessary. But she might have just felt like with Higgins. I mean, if John wasn't serious, Higgins, you were definitely not the one. Let me just read this real quick, Jay. Mama Jay, it's always good to see you. Hope Mama Jay's mama is good because we shouted her out, I think, the other day. Hope you guys had a great Mother's Day yesterday. All the mothers in the chat. Hope you had a great Mother's Day. Wish I could give more. Thank you for your coverage. Much love. Don't you worry about it, Mama Jays. We love you being here and we appreciate that. But yeah, man, it's like now it's. I think it kind of seemed like today Bukaki just sitting up there like a kid getting scolded by his dad for fucking up the game. Like you blew the game, son. And he's just up there agreeing with
Yeah,
everything today. He's not like disagreeing with nothing. Like, yep, I said that. Yep, I said that. Yep,
you
I
can't.
said that. And it's like, wow, man. Well, he can't, but he can make Jackson work for it. So he can make Jackson work to pull that shit out of him instead of just giving up, yep, I said it. Yep. I mean, and this is what someone said yesterday. I forget who. I don't know if I was watching it. Oh, I think it was this morning. I watched the lawyer did a thing with Ted Daniel. Did you see that, Jay?
The
No,
what? The
the
who? The
lawyer
what?
So Ted Daniel did a podcast. Like he was set up like this
Oh, he
aesthetic.
hooked up with Lawyer. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
see it, but I seen the thumbnail.
Yeah, he hooked up with him. So I was gonna actually, I could just so how I got this running right now, I could probably play that, right? Just go into YouTube and screen share it.
Yes, you could, sir. Absolutely.
That's what I'm gonna do. Well, so anyway, he hooked up with him. Let me see if I can get it up here for you. Pause. And when he was talking, he said something like, you know, uh, Yuri Buchanan might just he just might be tired of being up there and just agree with Jackson just to get the hell out of there. Something like to us, to that lines.
That's wearing him down.
Exactly.
I mean, it's
Yeah, exactly.
it's
Wearing
true. I
him
mean,
down.
at the end of the day, it's like all the shit he been through. He almost lost his job. He's tied up in all this, and he probably didn't know Proctor was going to go to that extent and dropping tail lights. I mean, he probably knew that's what Proctor was on. He probably know. I mean, obviously he knows what they did and how they did it, but he probably didn't do it himself. Proctor probably just went ahead and did it, and scratch that. Yuri knew what the hell was going on, but at the end of the day, he's not standing on that because he didn't get caught. So he's like, hey, I'm keeping my job. I ain't going out like Proctor. So at this point, it's kind of like, hey, whatever happens, happens. As long as I can keep my job and have my livelihood and make my $300 an hour at the airport to yell at cars, hey, get out of there. The fuck out of there.
Check this out. Wait, here it is. Is this it right? Yeah.
You gotta go to area. You gotta go to Terminal B. A115, B115, the door. Spirits over there in B. You're going where? Delta's A. Terminal A. JetBlue's terminal. Get this fucking car out of there.
I feel like, Peter, that I'm so deep into this that sometimes it's good to get an outside perspective and sort of talk through it with other people, because this has been in my head for like 3 years, and I feel like sometimes like I'm looking at it from such a different perspective than what a juror would, or someone who's been following the case. So tell me a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I am the managing partner of a firm called Tragos Sargent Tragos down in Tampa Bay area in Florida. We do a lot of civil litigation, wrongful death, car accidents, truck accident cases, and criminal defense. And I've been following some of these different cases on YouTube over the years, and this one sticks out as one of the most volatile, one of the most where people on each side are so passionate about their side. And I think most people following it are where you are, where they're so entrenched, it's impossible for them to understand and try to realize what a juror who shouldn't know what we all know about the case, sitting there listening to it this time, not the first trial, this trial.
Right, that's another dynamic to it. This is a retrial. We have a new prosecutor, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, defense attorney, a guy who represented Whitey Bulger. He's sort of changed the dynamic. What are your thoughts about his
forget about Gary,
way he's been doing things?
So I think a prosecutor a lot of times, and we talk about it in our firm, will the prosecutor try to overtry the case? Will they put too much in? Will they just throw everything they have because the more evidence, the more witnesses are better? Usually criminal defense attorneys want to keep it tight, only present what is necessary and who's going to give you what you need to argue in closing and to try to win this case. Same thing with on the civil side. As a plaintiff's personal injury lawyer, we keep it simple, stupid, right? We don't want to bore the jury. It doesn't seem like Hank Brennan is doing that so far. He hasn't finished. He hasn't closed his case in chief, but it's definitely a lot tighter, moving a lot quicker, and he hasn't brought a lot of the witnesses that the defense ate alive in the first trial.
Nice.
Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
One of the things that he's been doing, which is different from the first trial, is he's been putting clips in between witnesses. He's been sprinkling clips from the interviews that Karen Reed has done over the years. She's done a number of them. She spoke to us in a lengthy sit-down interview. How effective do you think that is for the jury? Because there's not a chance in hell she's getting on the stand, right? So, I mean, the jury's getting to hear her in her own voice.
That day was wild.
And that's huge in a case where the defendant does not testify. And I think the jury can think a number of things from that, right? They can think, why is she willing to talk to all these people but not willing to talk to us? They should not hold that against her. That is a principle that will be hopefully drilled into the juror's head, but they're human. So will they hold that against her? That's a question. Number two, he is, in my opinion, doing a good job weaving them into the story he's trying to tell. I think he's falling vastly short. I don't want to jump ahead, but of proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. But one of the things I think he's using these clips for is to try to get the jurors not to like Karen Reed personally. And when we try cases, sometimes we say the generally bad guy rule or the generally bad gal rule. I think they're trying to put in voice messages, relationship questions, what was said that night, these interview clips in a light that is negative towards Karen Reed, because then it's easier for the jurors to say, let's convict her. Not how it should be be legally, but as human beings, sometimes that works.
I'm going home. I cannot be sticking me. I need to go home. You are using me right now. You're as a girl.
And he also has been playing, or he played the voicemails she left for John O'Keefe. I think she called him 53 times that night. What does that show to you? I think when, I've asked Karen Reed about that. She says that shows a person who is desperately trying to find this guy. And if I had hit John or knew I hit John, I'm certainly not going to be blowing up his phone all night yelling at him.
Oh, commercial? No way. Don't say it ain't so, Ted. Say it ain't so.
Him. Do you think it's as effective as the prosecution may think it is? Because they need that. They need that for. I think that's their sort of bar for the murder 2 charge, right? A lot of people have said this case is overcharged, and I think that's sort of my understanding how they got to murder 2, listening to those voicemail messages, and now they're being played for the jury.
To me, it's crazy to be charged for murder 2 with this case, with this evidence that they have. To me, those voice messages cross that off immediately. She didn't have any ill intent to try to hit him that night or do something that would injure him that night, or leave him there to die and know that he was. Those voice messages to me are the worst evidence for a murder 2 charge. She does not know that she hit him if she hit him. If they can prove she hit him, those voice messages to me show it had to be in some sort of negligence. But if the prosecution is trying to use them to prove Karen Reed says ugly words and is a bad girlfriend and is mean to John O'Keefe, well, then they may be effective for that.
She repeated, I hit him. I hit him.
But how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's the thing about this case, right? On the surface, let's say you look at some of like the initial facts. You have damage to her taillight. You have all these first responders saying, I hit him, or did I hit, saying that she said that. So on the surface, the prosecution, may think, hey, we have this open and shut case. But all you have to do is peel back, like, I'm not talking about peeling back layers. You peel back one sort of layer and you get there. And I think that's what everyone who talks to me about this case says, once you start peeling back those layers, it's like, wait, there's so many strange things that just don't seem to add up and make sense. And do you think that the defense has been able to actually get the jury to really understand? I mean, obviously, when you look at time discrepancies on certain things, or the fact that these butt dials were made, but do you think the jury, after, sitting in that box, like, do you think they're making that connection?
Well, if you listen to some of the jurors from the first trial, they were going with a simplistic approach, some of them, especially the ones that thought she was guilty of some lesser included crime. She was there, he was there, the Lexus was there, everybody was drinking, the taillight's broken, so she must have committed some kind of crime. So if you go for something simplistic like that, and even one of the clips played by Karen Reed, she said something like that, then I think maybe you get a jury there. But that's not supposed to be how the criminal justice system works. And the first trial, I thought the prosecutors were more transparent about everything, what everybody said, saw, and went through, during those days. And the defense was able to peel back those layers and make it readily apparent to everybody watching the issues and things that could not possibly be a coincidence in this case. But because the prosecutors have put less up there so far, the defense has not been as effective as showing just how crazy all of this is and how impossible that this was to go the way the prosecution is trying to say it went. And we know the defense has more experts they're bringing this trial than the first trial. And I think the prosecutors are saying, go ahead, have at all of the clunky, confusing testimony that doesn't make any sense. You can do that in your case in chief. And I think the defense has to, for the reason you just said. They got to peel back those layers so the jury can see just how wild this set of events was.
As law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Speaking about peeling back the layers, Jen McCabe, who is a huge player in this case, 3 days on the stand. One thing new that we found out, and I don't know how, obviously the defense tried to make it look very nefarious. I mean, as a lawyer, you're going to tell your clients not to talk, to investigators. But she said that the FBI showed up at her house, right? We didn't know that. I know that she had testified to the federal grand jury, but she made a number of phone calls, which I guess that she wasn't honest about all the people she called. And talking, is that an inference that the jury will make? Obviously, they just know that agents, because the defense has been prohibited from saying directly saying that the FBI was involved in investigating this case.
They don't call
I think
police
they probably have a
agents.
pretty good idea. There's only agents. Last time the jury thought it was an insurance investigation, so let's see if they get it this time. But how damaging do you think that was for Jen McCabe?
So, and you made the right point right off the bat. Like, there's nothing wrong with calling a lawyer if agents, cops, anybody shows up to your house, whether you're a witness, whether you're somebody that's under investigation, whether you're a criminal defendant. That's the right thing to do. That's what I would advise everybody to do. But the way that she did it and what she told these federal agents, oh, just give me a minute to make it seem like she had to, put some clothes on or brush her teeth, like she said. Yeah. Instead, she makes all these frantic phone calls to a very interesting set of people. And then she starts talking to them after talking to those people. And then she cuts it off. as if, if she would have just called her lawyer showed up and they did an interview, that would have been way more normal and what you should do if you're a witness in a case and you want to help get justice for your friend. So to me, it's definitely something I would side eye as a juror, but I think more importantly, what you've already said, it is a piece to peeling back the layers. It is one of the layers. It's probably not enough on its own to think something strange is going on with Jen McCabe. They need the other context, which they're getting through some other witnesses to show this jury just how strange these circumstances are.
Yeah, the 7 butt dials that she made to John
No
after
voicemails?
midnight. Yeah, and I think that is certainly, those are always the things that was always one of the things that I've always had questions about, where the butt dials either from Jen McCabe to John's phone or from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins back and forth, somewhere in the 2 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, they're going to get to that. Moving on, we haven't seen Michael Proctor yet. You think the prosecution will call Proctor, now fired state trooper, or do you think he'll come in through the defense?
So they're calling him Mr. Proctor as they do the direct examination of Yuri Buchanan right now. The way that they're asking questions to Trooper Buchanan, which is happening right now as we're speaking, it doesn't sound like they're going to call Proctor, because they're basically saying, where was Proctor standing when the taillight was there? What did Proctor do? Who did Proctor talk to? And Buchanan's like, oh, we're a team. Yeah, there's a lead investigator. Fine. I actually got the first call. I called Proctor. So he's taking ownership of this investigation, even though we know he's not going to be able to fully take it. And I feel like Hank Brennan might just completely act like Proctor doesn't exist. I think that would be a wild move. I think it would be a mistake. I think the defense will absolutely call him in their case in chief. And I think the judge really should not limit what they use on him, how they question him. He's obviously a hostile witness. To me, they should be able to use a very robust set of questioning, as Judge Canoni's like to use in this case.
Because no matter what, Jackson will call him, right?
I mean, I don't want to say no matter what, it's not my case. I would. It would not be a question you have to call him, because it's not enough. In some cases, defense attorneys hint this stuff and they're like, oh, they don't want to call this guy. And then when they don't, you say, see, we told you they didn't want to call this guy, and it's not as bad as it may seem. With Proctor, it's worse than the jury's thinking. So I feel like you have to call him if you're the defense.
Well, there you have it.
There you have it. I mean,
there you have it. Proctor being hidden, Higgins being hidden, Big Bad Brian A being hidden, Nicole, Julie. Are they gonna? I mean, they're not gonna call. I mean, are they even call? Are they calling Colin? I mean, what the hell?
They're gonna. I mean, from what he was saying, basically they're gonna try to just keep hiding these people, and I don't know if that's a good idea, because it looks like you're trying to hide something. Why don't you if they ain't done anything, let them fucking speak, right?
Well, they ain't hiding them as far as they're hiding them to us, but if the jury don't know any better, they just ain't showing the jury.
Yeah, they
You know
just
what I
think they
mean?
don't
So
belong
it's just
there. I
like,
get what you're
but
saying.
when they get out of there and they get out of that courtroom, when they get out of there and they compare both trials, they're gonna be like, oh my God, what a difference.
I mean, this guy, I really believe this time around, well, today, I believe he's going to, he's acting the way he's acting for a reason. He's either tired of being up there, or something happened over the weekend. Oh, here they come.
Here they come.
Put it back in session, you may see.
Okay.
Oh, perfect timing. Yeah.
So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Even for the request that I made sidebar.
Even for that, so. All right, I think the jurors are...
Who's the wrong witness?
Right to the jury.
What up, be in trouble? Who's the wrong witness, Jay?
What are you talking about?
She just said I took it under whatever advisory, and I feel that he's the wrong witness. Whatever. Oh, that was a sidebar they had. She just didn't allow one of his witnesses. I don't know who it was. Trooper Buchanan. What do you mean? They're gonna get rid of Yuri? So what? Everything he just said means nothing?
No.
Hank filed a motion this morning to dismiss his testimony.
No, for real?
Bruh. Oh, about Proctor?
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, you can't question.
Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes. As we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge?
Look at this fucking guy.
There were
Please,
accusations
Pepper
that
coming in.
Michael Proctor had
Pepper, thank you. I appreciate you.
Familial
Thank you so much.
friendship with these individuals.
Calm down,
but
James. What'd I do? I'm calm as shit.
The accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Thank you so much, Pepper.
Of
of the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that there, what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding. I
Or a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said?
Nope. You absolutely did not. You took his
No.
word.
Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Detail. What'd you learn?
Help me out, Yuri.
claims that
May we approach, Your Honor?
Oh shit, Alan Jackson.
Yeah, man. He
God
wants the
damn.
completeness, man. He wants to hear him say it. You heard
Right.
what? You heard that he was cool with Chris. Brian A. is cool with the family, and that's it.
I mean,
And
help me
bottom
out,
line, that's a
buddy.
conflict of interest. Bottom
Yeah.
line.
He's got his ass, dude. I'm telling you, today is just gonna for him, man.
Well, they fucked up because they got this dude Yuri on the stand. He's not supposed to be on the stand this long. If
No,
they
you
would have
don't
had
want. You
Higgins
don't even
on,
think he want
if
to
they
be
would have
there.
had, if they would have had Higgins on the stand, if they were going to call Chris A, if they were going to call all these people, it would break it up, right? Now it's him
Right.
on the stand, and he's taking the weight of all these people because he's claiming lead investigator.
To say the least, bro. He's taking the hit for everybody. It's like he's not even just taking the hit for Proctor. He's taking the hit for Higgins. He's not a fucking ATF agent. He's a state
Yeah, well,
trooper.
he's the lead investigator.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I'm
I
saying?
get it.
Proctor's out, he's in. So anything that came across the investigation as far as Higgins, Chris A, all the culprits, he's got to talk for them. So if you're going to
That's
leave
where I
them
get
out and
my.
they can't, in all the witnesses, if you're going to leave these witnesses out, then he has to speak for them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the law. Any witness statement or anything you found out through a witness, the police is the one who relays it through the trial. So they can't interview the witnesses because you ain't bringing them in. So now you're putting it all on this guy's shoulders, and they're all gonna, And like I said, I don't know if the jury understands that. Like they might just think this is the way it goes.
Yeah, they might think this is procedure. That's
But
crazy if they do. I hope. I
but when
mean,
they get to
I don't. They might
Proctor,
not.
I know. Well, I mean, as far as the
But they could.
witnesses
You're right.
go,
It's very possible. They're human. Like lawyer, just said they're human. They might think that as far as Hank Brennan trying to get the jury to hate Karen by showing all these clips of her looking like mean and just not how we see her. Um, but yeah, Cash. That's where I get my one-liners from my uncle. But I get what you're saying, man.
well,
He
as
said
far
I
as
ain't got.
Proctor goes, when he gets on the stand on direct, they're gonna definitely slip that in, because they could
Yeah.
treat him as a hostile witness, so they can just go in on him a little bit, and they're gonna say, isn't it true you got fired and you got, the police officer because of the Karen Reed case, and then it's like, okay, and then and then in summation towards the end of the trial, I'm sure he's gonna put it all into perspective in the summation. But it's a lot, man. It's a lot, man. It's kind of like writing a song, like it's like parallel to when I was writing the song about this, about from John O's point of view. It was like there's so much to rap about and talk about. Like how do
Right.
you like minimize it, and what's
Yeah.
effective?
Right. To get the point across without having to make a collage like we were talking about the other day,
Yeah, putting
beginning,
pictures
the
up of
middle.
your cat and an airplane and a fucking
Right. Fuck.
You
Picture
know
of
what I mean?
Goodfellas in the background.
Oh, jeez. This
What the fuck? Oh man.
Yeah, all that shit, man. I mean, you got to keep it clean, man. You got to. It's like anything else. It's graphics. It's like if you go to wrap a truck for your business, you don't want to put too much on there. You just want to make it stick out, simple and plain.
Simple is better, you know. Cheryl with a S, flying a plane. What's up, Cheryl?
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview along with Michael Proctor with Chris and Julie Albert was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to
Delta Airlines is Terminal A.
Back
It's
to
Terminal
Canton
A.
PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I've just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark them. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark them for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect no object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now, the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but I did review it.
Being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD.
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside sally port? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door. Someone going in and out of the pedestrian door.
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're saying, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway, seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes, yes,
that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Canton PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022.
I want to
You just don't
see
remember
it.
the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when these.
We want to
each
see it,
video
Yuri.
Was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
This is last. He said this is my last question, so it's gonna be good. It's gonna go out with a bang.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd
Thanks,
ask
Ed.
that
Okay.
what's
what he
been marked
does.
as GG, at least the first video, be
Here we
published
go,
to the jury.
Kevin
All
from
right, so there's 4
SB.
videos on this flash drive.
Oh shit!
I appreciate what you and do, James,
One
right?
video, very different camera angles as it's set. from the one.
Like, I appreciate what you do. You do, Jane, right?
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, no problem.
All right, so for the first one,
Hey,
the first
take me
camera
off
angle.
TV.
Okay.
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
All right, we just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little
Why are
complicated.
you so
I get it.
nervous, Bev? You look very
We can
nervous.
do that.
Thank you.
Let me eat ice
Oh
cream.
shit!
Kevin from South B. Here we go.
And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I'm not.
Just call
I
it
don't
what
know
you call it.
which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime.
Yeah, Priscilla.
1:26,
I know. I told him I
32.
still love him. You know, we working too.
Okay. With the course of mission may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop.
Look who
Ooh,
pulled
You see a
up.
car pass in front.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that?
Did
look
it have a
like?
light bar?
It looked like a
That's the question.
Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
We need to rewind that shit, Uncle Alan.
Yep. We got
Look at that bright ass light, bro. Look at those lights.
Nah, he don't have a
Oh
light bar.
goddamn, dude, them lights.
Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a two-door
Goddamn,
Jeep Wrangler
Kevin.
with a plow?
Yes.
Who is that?
You flew in
Mr.
there
Brian Higgins.
fast.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this.
So this is right after it went down, son. Wild dude, what we're watching.
Look at him.
Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep?
He's gonna say he doesn't know if he's calling.
Sergeant,
Here
if
he
you
is,
could,
Kevin from South
turn
Boston.
your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. All right. Did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kevin from
For the
South
second
Boston,
clip
you're on
this
national
same
TV.
GG.
Damn, Kevin. All eyes on you.
Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground.
Looks like a dude who just committed a crime. That's what it looks like.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware, familiar where that camera is, so I
Just
cannot,
got my judgment, Jay, in the mail.
I cannot argue with you nor adopt, but if for identification
Good news
purposes
or bad
only, we can
news?
agree on that.
Can you see from where you are?
It's
I know
good,
the
but
answer
it's
to this. Can
basically
you see from where you are
the same.
the
They're saying
timestamp
that
on the bottom of this?
as of June 1st, I can
Your Honor,
start
with the
seeing
court's
Jay.
permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the
But
witness
I'll
to
tell you about it.
adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see
So
if
it's
you can read
good.
the?
Just a little,
You can't increase the size
obviously.
of it?
Maybe we
make it
can.
a little
I'm
hard.
not the tech guy. Mr. Woke? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay, can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser
Wow,
side.
would he
Okay,
disappear?
what about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes,
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one. Mr. Woke, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
No, we can't.
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sally Port.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Canton PD?
He has to look like a guy who just committed a
And
crime.
What are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, and for the final clip. If we could go down to the timestamp and date.
His ass. Oh, goddamn, Kevin.
A little bigger, Mr. Wolk, if you could.
Lights, camera, action, buddy.
Shit.
Can you see what that is designated as that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. So we know Kevin from South Boston can
Is
dance.
this the corridor
Now we know he can teleport.
version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop.
Look at the
Do you
hood on.
recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Dude, maybe
Okay.
he was
Let's go ahead and
wearing
play
John
this.
O'Keefe's shoes. Those were black Nikes with white bottoms.
May I have just a moment? Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf?
Karen's working too.
Yeah, she's working.
This dude works his ass off, Jay. Hard. Pause if necessary.
Can you make
He does.
Note of the time as
What's up,
it's
Teach
paused
Bub?
right here?
Was he wearing that at the waterfall? I think he
Do
was
you want me
wearing
to
a
say it
Holly
again or
Davidson
write it
hoodie.
down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16.
It was definitely a Harley Davidson.
a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video.
We ain't never seen this shit. 129.
It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward. Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped. Or the time
Wow.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
jumped. Okay, which is much further than, much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
It appears Alan
That's
Jackson
a possibility, yes.
Okay.
is a better
Let's go ahead
state
and continue
trooper,
playing this.
ATF agent, Canton police officer,
And stop.
any of you guys.
You see someone in the screen now?
See Harley Davidson. Yeah, it's the
And
same.
One
hoodie.
more time. I know this is laborious. One more time, if we could clock the time.
Just don't know if those are the sneakers he was wearing.
Can you see
And I
that?
thought he had on gazelles.
No, it's really blurry for me.
129 now. Oh no, 134.
Yes, now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken, a.m.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through.
Look at that walk, huh, Jay?
Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
Me, Kevin.
I'm not
so
certain.
lost.
I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. Does it appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip
Crazy.
that I'd ask you to look at on the same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please? Or increase the size. What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through.
He's on the phone.
Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
I did it. It's done. That's what that is.
I really can't tell.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. It's all right, Valerie. You're here.
There should be another video.
I was late this morning, too.
Of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that.
He's got that swag walk.
Pause. What do you see in that video?
I see a phone.
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark
like he's wearing
colored
Brian
sweatshirt with some design on it,
Brian
and
Albert's
something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please?
Oh, well, shit.
What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wold.
Right? Brian A. had that
Does that
hat
appear to
on.
be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a
Come on,
tablet.
just say it's a phone, will you?
Move on.
Yeah, he's got a fucking laptop to his ear.
And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer.
Karen
This
Reed.
is about 10
Like,
minutes.
This shit's crazy.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this
Wasting
through.
court's time.
Please stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolt, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds?
Okay, well, we're going to let you see. Right
Stop.
there.
Did it appear to have something in his hand?
Looking down
It's a
at it.
possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
Did he move any cars?
Nope. Not yet. Anyway. Looks like he's got to take a shit.
He's talking.
Yeah, he's on the phone.
And the thing about this is you can see how much snow is on the ground. There's not even a lot of snow on the ground.
I mean, it's coming down, but it's not a
I'm
lot.
saying it's not a lot, dude. It's not
No.
covered. Look
You
at
can
the
still see the
footprints.
bottom of his sneakers, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, that looks like a little Chevy in front of it. What do you get back in his Jeep?
I don't know what he did.
Yeah, he must have. Letting it ride out to show that he never moved no cars.
He might have moved cars, though. We haven't seen yet. All eyes on you, Higgins. Literally. Would you believe it, Higgins?
Wow. We never took our eyes off him, OJ, from the start.
Facts. Big facts. Well said. Well said. I haven't seen not one car move yet. What's he doing?
He's on the
He
phone
didn't even
inside
start
there.
his car. He didn't even start
Oh
it. Or
no, there
nothing?
goes a car over there.
Oh yeah, he's moving something. Okay.
He definitely fucked with the clock. Shit went from 129 to 134 in a second to a couple seconds. Under a minute, anyway. Cash said he's making snow angels. He's doing donuts in there. If I was him, I'd be doing donuts. He took off in that. I don't know. It looked like it looked like Kevy Kev shit. He took off in that. It looked like he was driving his car. It was white.
Nah, he didn't peel yet. He didn't peel off. Like you said, he moved the car.
Yeah,
gonna
no,
jump.
but I'm saying out of the screen. I think it's motion activated. What's that? The camera? So you think it didn't? No, the time is gonna keep going. Like, see how on the bottom at the Venmo, James Emerald. I mean, this is a disclaimer. I'm not telling you to send us a Cash App or anything, but you see how on the bottom it's going across the screen. The time's gonna go across the screen on their camera. It might be it has to. For certain things, just like this, you know. This is why it has to be recording at all times. I don't get why he would have to move cars around though. Like, that's part of your job as an ATF agent. Maybe to have the free office or whatever. Just move some cars around. Don't let them
So they
pile
can
up with
plow.
snow. Here he goes right here.
Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, he wasn't lying about that, I guess. So far.
Well, he got to have a reason for going back there, right?
I mean, he was in there for a little bit. What's he doing? Wiping the snow off the truck? Up, back to the Jeep. Loves that fucking Jeep.
He's out. He moved one car.
Yeah. Probably went and got something or put something away.
Bright ass lights.
Yeah, those lights were bright as shit, man. Look at that.
That's a reflection, right? Or did he start that truck up? Is the truck next to him started up?
Yeah, he started it. He might have grabbed the keys in there too.
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have
Oh,
closed
she.
the door on that
This
vehicle next to the
fucking
plow.
guy.
Okay.
Come on, man. Don't do that
And
to
walking
yourself.
toward which vehicle?
She.
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay, from what you've seen, Sergeant,
This
you
dude's
said
a
he
robot,
or she,
man.
does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, he The individual accessed Brian Higgins'
He
vehicle, so
said
I'd be
he
speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
near
No reason to
whiteout
believe it's anybody other
conditions.
than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go ahead and play it.
You're a clown, Yuri, dude. If you had nothing to hide, you would just say it was Brian
And what
Higgins,
do you see
period.
Brian Higgins or that person
I
doing
mean,
now?
at this point, you
He
know who it
accessed
is.
the vehicle on the far left.
I don't know why he's doing that. Definitely know it's not a woman. Unless it's a linebacker.
And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Probably got a name for that Jeep and everything. Is that him on the truck? Yeah, he's doing something to that truck in the back. See him?
Yes, I do. These fucking cops, dude, huh?
Yeah.
Sneaky pricks. I can tell you this though, man. If there's a body on that lawn, you can 100% see it. Look at that snow.
Yeah. I mean, you seen when he came in too. His
That's
headlight.
1:30. That's
Yeah,
1:30 a.m. That's an hour later after it's allegedly he got hit.
Right. And he got there at 1:27, so that's 40 minutes after when he
So he
pulled
drove
in.
right past John's body. He didn't even see it.
Right.
Yeah, all right,
Allegedly.
kids. I'm just saying that alone.
Right.
This dude tried to throw in the
Where does
whiteout
that
conditions.
individual appear to be now in the video?
The Jeep.
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
In trouble.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left?
That's right, Uncle Alan.
SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout.
Come on,
snow,
man.
that
I
night,
just
can't
seen
tell
that.
exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something, when
Oh.
that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Well, you need to step your police work up, sir.
He's seen that shit. He's in
Pussy
the
did.
courtroom.
Look at them fucking lights, Jay.
Yeah. Oh, lit up now.
Right?
He's going back to the
Ooh,
truck
what's he
now.
doing? What are you doing in that truck?
Grabbing some weed.
You got a satchel? You Indiana Jones? God damn, Kevin.
He's going back to the rear. Yeah,
He
you
knew
up
he's
to
on
something,
camera, bro. He has to know he's on camera. He's
Yeah, he
doing all this
knows.
shit. He's doing this shit for the camera.
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He said, JFB said Microdots needs to enhance this. I mean, this is the first time I'm really seeing this footage, so maybe Microdots
What do you
will.
mean? This is the first time anybody ever seen it.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe he will enhance it. It's just first time we're all seeing it. What's up, Debbie? How are you?
He's back. What now? He's walking. You're on a mission, huh? Coming from South Boston?
Oh, he is, right?
You said you just went home, bro. A lot of activity going on, my man. Back to the whip.
Back to the bright ass light.
What did you see the person
Can't
do?
even see the Jeep because of the light.
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
He's hiding stuff under his hoodie. Someone said too, Jay, that actually that woman that posted our the shit I played earlier, that he went to the police station to get one of those bags, you know, that you can put phones in, and they got like a heated thing around it, so
And what do you see happening now?
it shuts the phone
The
down and
Jeep
everything.
Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked
So they
in.
said that he went to the station to get one of those thermal bags.
Okay,
I
we can
forget
take that
exactly
down.
what they're called. It's, anyone in the chat knows the name of those bags are. And that's what they said he went to get,
Oh, I'm
bring
sorry.
back to the
I failed
house
to
to
ask you
put
the time.
John's phone
I
in.
promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yeah, right here. That's right.
Yes, the time for
Very
the rear
bad.
lot main side is
Thank you, chat.
1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off.
Damn, that shit came in by
Approximately, yes.
everybody.
Okay. Thank you. In 20,
Roseanne calls it something else. Calls it a butterfly battery.
are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
So why
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer,
No.
see him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So
oh wow, damn.
I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was, so yes, I would consider it a professionable relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private get-togethers?
No.
Okay.
No ass grabbing?
You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer it, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not, no.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Canton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior.
Ooh.
You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
But I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions, what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. The other day. John, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to have to just hold it up. May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Okay. Paul, the lunch is here.
Jers, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Oh shit. I might have to do a couple phone calls today.
Go for it, bro.
See if
Well, to go over that footage, man, in that Jeep, man, what we seen, to put my narration to it, what I seen a criminal doing criminal things, and James brought up a
And I
great
can't
point.
read the third word there.
hold on, I'm gonna bring it back to that.
You brought up a great
And
point.
this is, Your Honor, just for the record,
I turn it
actually, let me
down
do it
while
this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
why?
Just hit the volume on it,
Sure,
bro.
if you'd like. I'm not. I
You can
don't know
shut the volume.
which side
You can
this
shut
is,
the
so I
volume off
can't
on
argue
YouTube.
with you about the
Yeah, I'm
location.
trying.
So I'll agree with you that,
Here we go.
we can call it that.
Great, it looks like a parking lot, there's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it, so just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we
Oh my god, trying to make it smaller
could move to runtime
so I can shut the volume down.
1:26:32.
No, you just shut the just hit the button.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. That's it.
Still playing.
The volume?
Yeah.
The volume shouldn't play, but you just hit where the little speaker is, tap it, and it will shut
Yeah,
it
I
off.
see that. But I'm saying where I got it playing, it's, I got it full screen on the YouTube.
Yeah.
It won't let me get it to back up
well,
to minimize it. I don't know why. Oh, here we go. I got it. My bad. That's good?
Yeah, it's good, bro.
Oh, wait, let me see. Go ahead, you can.
What you trying to do, man?
I was just trying to get the volume because I
The
had it
volume's
up.
gone. It's
Yeah,
off.
now it's gone. But
See
I
the
wanted
X
to
with the
see when he
volume.
first pulled in while you was talking. Because when you
There he
see him,
is.
yeah, what?
Kevin from SB.
I mean, like you said, man, it just, all right,
This is
leave
when
it
he first
alone.
goes in. mean, it looks like a guy who just committed a crime to me.
Right. I mean, if he was gonna go in there and do everything, move the cars around and do all that shit, that should have been like the first thing. The clock. It just seemed like he went there to obviously finagle the time and everything. Here he comes. Look at how bright that light is. Watch when he takes the turn over towards the back where it's dark. It lights that whole shit up.
And look at the size of them tires. His car was all jacked up. He's
Yeah,
high up.
he loved
He would
that
see
shit.
everything. No, he would see everything.
Oh,
Look at that shit.
look at even the back lights are bright as shit, huh? Thank you, Cash. Thanks for the layover, boys, and the live coverage today. Appreciate you both. Have fun at the concert tonight, James, with your nephew. It's actually, I'm not going with my nephew. They were my nephew's tickets, and he can't go. So I didn't want him to lose out on buying them. So he put them up on for sale, and I made that. I helped him out, and why not go to the concert? I like Kendrick. Kendrick's cool.
Indeed.
That's what I was gonna say. Stevie Wonder could see that shit being in trouble. If Ray Charles was sitting there in shotgun with Higgins, he would have seen John in the front yard. Yeah. So what do you think, Jay? What are your thoughts, Jay? I'm sorry, we were talking about this footage. There he is. I mean, he's got a whole different look on. He's got the hoodie on. He's got the hat like Brian A had, the Scully hat or whatever you want to
Cold
call it.
outside.
Yeah, it is cold. It's cold. I mean, I'm sure but he's
Probably had
just
that.
he's working. He's walking with a purpose. Like
Exactly.
you know.
He's there for a reason.
I mean, bro, they drove from New York to right to the waterfall, drank, then they went back to Brian A's. Then he goes there, out of all places. Like, don't you go home and sleep? I would be tired, man. As we get older and we do these things, in
Couldn't
these
go home to
events,
sleep, bro.
huh?
He couldn't go home to sleep at that point.
No, nope. And this guy right here is just taking the fall for
He probably
everything.
he probably went to grab some more Adderall or something.
Yeah, keep his ass
Keep
up.
himself up.
Well,
I mean,
that's what
he
those kids are
100% he
for.
was on 100% he was on something. There's no way that dude
Tristan
didn't
and
crash
them,
out.
you know that. You know Tristan, all the kids, they're at that age bracket where that's what they get prescribed. These doctors push them things to the kids in that age. And this is a disclaimer. This is just what I see from people I've seen in my life. Those doctors will push that type of medication towards that type of crowd. And it seems like people of his age, think it's cool to hang with them, go out and have drinks with them. And of course it comes up, so that's something
Now,
they
is
could
that the
pass on.
same hoodie though? Is that the same hoodie?
Yeah, I mean, he had a Harley Davidson. I don't know. We'd have to look at the waterfall footage. Let me see if I can pull this up too. But I think it is Jay because he had a Harley Davidson at the waterfall, from what I remember.
I mean,
And
does this video do anything? Does it does it does it look like a person who just beat the shit out of somebody?
hold on, what happened?
Does it look like he did something? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to the jury, like, are they?
He was fucking with the clock for sure. I mean, the time. I mean, the 6 minute mark. That shit jumped from 129 to 136. I don't know. It looked like it to
He in
me.
trouble said with him being on the phone. Yes,
What's this?
exactly. I mean,
That
I agree
morning
with
that you
that.
left out both of those statements, didn't you?
Check this out.
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask you this. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview.
Why is it not coming in? Can you hear that?
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
Yeah, I can hear it.
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07.
Sounds like because there's so much on, I think. This is important too, right here, I believe. That that phone call. 5:07 to her sister for what?
Yeah, but what about that video? What happened to the video we just seen?
No, I went to put it over here in the files while we were talking, and I put it down below.
It's a screen share though, right?
Yeah, but as we were screen sharing it, it just brought that one up.
Yeah,
It's right here.
You gotta remove that from the stage. Just don't remove
do
that
that.
and pull that up.
How's that?
Yeah, Becky, I seen that. I seen that video that you just I mean that picture you just sent me of the shoes. But it definitely, Higgins was in that Sally Port.
Yeah. So, what's your thought on the shoe, Jay? Everyone's talking about this shoe. I see the
No, it
Glazers
wasn't. She
wilding
didn't.
out.
She didn't. This is different. What she
No,
sent me.
no,
She
but I'm
sent
just
me.
asking you.
She sent me a picture of a man in the bottom of his shoes, like we just seen his shoes walking in.
Yeah,
She
they
said
look
it probably.
different.
Well, she's probably saying they were Higgins
No, I
in the
said when he
Sally
walked
Port.
in, they looked like, yeah, in the Sally Port looked like he had on Nikes, but at the waterfall looked like he had on those Adidas Gazelles. You can tell when he walks in, they were, I don't know, maybe the same. His hoodie's definitely the same. I don't remember the Holly Davidson being that small. We'd have to see the waterfall. But right here, I don't understand. So, what's he trying to say though? Like he's doing right there, getting his key out to go in.
Yeah.
I think it was more or less the time.
No, it was that he was on the phone talking to somebody. He
Yeah, but not
said he
at this point.
testified. You gotta understand, it's a transcript. He testified he went there to move cars and he went home. He never said I was on the phone. I talked to anybody. Like who was you talking to at that time? What was so important? So it's just something to bring up to him when you get him on the stand. Who were you talking to at this time? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you forget something at the house? Do you recall calling somebody? Because that would be around the time this went down. So it's a legit question. Yeah, this is the one you got to pay attention to. It's this one right here. This is when you see him. So keep in mind, people, this is right after John's bleeding. He's on the ground. They just beat him up. This is who you're looking at right now. This is huge. This is after it went down. What's going through his mind? What's he thinking? He's coming down this hallway. He's at the police station. Either two things are gonna happen. Either A, he's gonna fix this shit, or he's gonna be in the cells in this police station. He walks in. Take a screenshot of that and zoom in on his punk ass. He goes in his office. He's got his hand in his pocket the whole time.
Yeah.
What's he holding in that fucking hoodie pocket?
I put the phone number up there. Let me see if it works. I have it's gonna be like the same thing though, Jay.
I heard you do it the other
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
right?
If it works, if people want to call and have anything to
He got
say,
his
they can
hand in
call.
his pocket.
Yeah, I don't.
There he is, Brian Higgins. There you go, buddy. Got your hood on.
You should be checking that.
That
Look,
jacket, that hoodie looks black though. Don't look blue. The one at the waterfall looked blue, and it doesn't. The front looks different.
the front looks different. Even the,
The
I mean,
shoes look
it's
different.
still it's a Harley Davidson hoodie. I knew it was a Harley Davidson hoodie.
But I'm saying the shoes.
The
Where's
shoes
that
definitely.
waterfall video?
Yeah, let me see. I got it in my thing. I gotta check. I'll pull it up. Just yeah, right here. Yeah, the shoes look different.
I just zoomed in on him. I'm looking at a screenshot right now. I'm zoomed all the way in. Take a screenshot of it, right? Here, I'll send this to you. I'm gonna send this to you.
I mean, even if I pull up a
Hold on,
waterfall, you send me
no,
the
hold on. I'm gonna send that.
waterfall.
I'm gonna send this to you.
Huh?
I'm gonna zoom in on this picture for you. I'll hook you up.
At the waterfall?
No, not at the waterfall. Bear with me here, will
Maybe
you?
he had blood on them and needed. Yeah, that's what we're thinking,
Well, that's
Rosen.
what we're saying. I mean, that goes without saying, right?
Yeah, because
So I'll
what
do
room he
the.
went into. What'd you do? Email it?
Hold on. I'm working here too, bro.
I know. We always working. I seen everyone's working this morning, you know.
All right, I just sent it
Got
to
40
you.
people. We need some more, man. Where? Email?
Yeah, you can pull that up. I zoomed in on his ass. Honestly, I think that's the most important picture. I mean, all the stuff that he's doing in the car, though, too. I got to get a picture of that. Zoom in and see what he's doing with a bag. But that right there we can at least look at him and see if the hoodie's the same in the waterfall.
Mm.
Let me see. Michael Dots.
All right. What do I want to do though? Damn, it just says open, share. I can't download it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
here we
will
go.
say. It
Oh
will
no
say.
no
It
no no
says you
no
can't.
no no. It says I can't.
You can't
So if
view
I
it, but
go
you can
like
download
this,
it.
watch. Ready? I'll do
Just hit the
this.
download button.
Let me see if I can do this, and then share screen, and then go to present. Share screen. Gmail. Hopefully, yeah. Here we go. See that, Jay?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, so check it out. It's a video or just a picture?
Just a picture, bro.
Yeah. I mean,
Go to screen share the go on your YouTube and go to the waterfall joint. I want to see if that front of that shirt's the same.
all right, hold up. Ain't nothing but a gangster party. Oh shit, Higgins, you done fucked up now. Just go to the water. Oh, what on microdots?
Yeah, microdots, bro.
Boom. Ah, damn. Oh, that shit didn't have it on the sides, Jay. I don't think it had it on the sleeves.
Let me see.
See that? Oh no, wait. No, that it. I gotta see the front.
Yeah, but there's something on the side of the sleeves. Now go back
Yeah,
to the
yeah, but if
picture.
there's a circle thing on the front, then that's the same joint. We might not have seen this. I don't know.
What do you mean you can't see the sleeve? All right, let me see the sleeves, bro.
Let me see this. The front.
Yeah, you got something on the sleeves on the side.
Yeah, it's got something going down. But if it has like a circle on the front.
His shoes look different though.
Yeah. Oh, hold up. It's gonna zoom in on the front right here. I don't remember seeing this. He bent his arms. I don't remember seeing. Yeah, it got that
Yeah.
circle thing on the front.
Yeah, that's the same hoodie. That's a fact.
That's the same hoodie for a fact. Oh, Chris A knows. He grabbed that shit up a couple times. Kevin snatched you up. Damn, I don't want to do this, guys. It's fucking. Are you serious?
Go to yeah. I want to see when he's playing feetsies and shit. Like when he's up when his feet are on the bar. His sneakers look different.
Man, where is it, Micro Dots?
It's right there.
Right here?
Yeah. When they're all at the bar chilling.
There we go.
Yeah, I think them are the same sneakers.
Let's take this call thing down. Yeah, those look the same. But that looks different to me. What does, Christy?
The hoodie does, right? Maybe?
I mean, just the back. Like, it kind of... It looks like a different Harley Davidson hoodie. Like, is this... Look, see, they look like Pumas or Gazelles. They don't look like Nikes. Don't they right there, Jay? Like them low-top Adidas Gazelles. They don't look like no Nike. Oh, yeah, the back's kind of... Look at Jen. That hoodie, though. Look at how much it sticks out on the sleeves on his arms. We got to go back to the other one and see if they can see that when he walks in. That will be it right there. If you don't see anything on the sleeves, then you know. Higgins got a trunk full of Harley Davidson hoodies, too, on top of ATF
Oh, he
pins.
definitely does. That's what I'm saying. It could be a different hoodie, bro.
Yeah, different Harley Davidson hoodie.
The insignia, though, on the front, like that circle in the front, the one that's in the screenshot, it doesn't look like the one that was in the front. That one just looks like a straight circle.
The one in the back, it doesn't look
one-
like the Harley Davidson. It goes across longer and it's I don't know. That just looks
No,
smaller.
the thing in the front, the circle in the front is like a complete circle in the screenshot.
Yes.
The
That's like
one
almost a half.
go
get what
back,
you're saying.
go to the when they're fighting again at 11:58. We gotta rewind it.
Doing all right for learning on the fly with this shit. Man,
You're not putting men on the moon, dude. Calm the fuck down, will you?
Yeah, I am putting men on the moon. Shit. No, I need to find I wish it stayed in there, all three of them. But once you go into YouTube, you gotta take that one out.
I'm saying just rewind it. At the
That
beginning
the
of
one
that,
microdots was just
yeah,
on.
the beginning of the video, show the hoodie when the pizza boy manhandles.
Oh god damn, bro! Am I still on that? Because if not, right there. Yeah, it's got like a skull with flames on it.
I can't see it. You got to put it on. Put it on. Share it.
Oh, all right, my bad. Boom! I got it perfect too. It's like a skull. See that?
It doesn't. Let me see. Let me look at that thing for a second. Let me zoom in on that.
Yeah, that could be it, Jay. It's a skull with like flames for hair.
The other one don't look like a skull though. Let me see.
I would say that's it. If I had to
I
guess,
don't know about that.
but I think he's got Brian A's hat on though, man. When he's back at the Brian A, he's got his hat. Why? Why don't he got his own hat?
That shit look different, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
That looks different, bro.
How did all the clothes get mixed up? You know?
That shit looks different. Hey, I'm gonna
The one from the Sally Port.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me do this for you, all right? I'm gonna make something for you.
Yeah, they definitely look different. As far I get what you're saying, Barbara. It's more of a floral look to it. In the front of the one on the Sally Port had like a floral circle. That one's more bolder at the top and small white at the bottom. But now it's like that's right, Deanna. If you're watching, I just seen her comment on Facebook. She said, if John O'Keefe's family can't see this, I just don't know. The Higgins videos, shame, shame.
What do you email,
Yes.
bro?
Where is it? Or what is it?
I'm
JEZ.
sending you something. I know your email, bro.
Oh, you said check it?
Why would I say what's your email? You don't think I know your email, dude? Are you
I'm
serious
trying
right
to.
now?
No.
Are you
I was reading
traumatized?
something. Yeah, I am traumatized by these fucking. This dude saying he's worked
All
with
right,
him before the
pull that
case.
up. I'm trying
Oh,
to get shit
let me
moving.
see. I got you.
Pull
Trying
that
to
up.
move.
So tell me if them are the same hoodies, ladies and gentlemen. Your man JFK's working here too. My Cash App's JFK show off. Venmo's JFK show off.
Yo, it's definitely the same hoodie, bro.
No, look again.
Definitely.
Look
Hold on.
again.
I see it, man. It's definitely.
I don't know, man.
I think so. All right, so
It
put
looks a
ones
little
in the
different.
chat if you think it's the same, or twos if you don't. I think ones if you think it is. Twos if you think it isn't. There it is.
I don't know, man.
That's the
That looks
same joint,
different.
Jay. Look at the
How's
sleeve.
it
It
the
got the.
same? If we
That's the
look at the
same.
logo in the front. The bottom circle looks skinny. The other one's thicker. Pause if necessary.
Pause if necessary. We got all ones except for Sarah. Sarah, how much JFK just sent you in your Cash App?
I'm saying
This
that
shit
looks
is.
the same. I mean, I
That
understand
looks
it's a
the
video, so
same.
it looks different. That's the
Yo,
same.
it's the skull, bro. You look. That's a skull. The same exact hoodie.
That's a skull, though. The one that's walking through the hallway.
Yes. It hardly looks like a skull on the left. I mean, you can tell on the right. It's just the way it's flowing. The shirt, like when I'm walking, sometimes you might not see the Nike logo, right? But if it's like this, you see it. But if my shirt's like this, you're not gonna see it.
All right.
I mean, it looks the same to me. I'm just saying, my opinion. One is all right. What's T12 saying? It's T12. The background behind the skull looks all right. So he's not gonna have a hoodie with the same exact skull, but one looks a little different.
What do you mean? Why not? What you talking about? Why not?
I don't know, man. I think it's the
What are you
same.
saying? But honestly, though, like I'm not saying that it's not the same. But
But
but you're saying
he's
that
gonna
why
put
can't he
on
have a
another.
similar hoodie?
So he knew to have the same exact hoodie that night.
No, so hold on. See, now you flipping it. He knew
Well,
to have
that's
the
what I'm
same hoodie.
saying.
Nobody's saying that he knew to have the same hoodie, but if he's a merchandise collector and he's got fucking 7 hoodies in the back of his trunk and they're all similar styles, he just threw a hoodie on. It might just be a similar style. I'm just saying, like of a logo. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, this dude got mad shit, and we already heard about him.
Yeah,
The
we
dude's
already
got
buried
pins,
this shit.
hats, this, that, and he's an ATF agent. He changes his clothes a lot.
I get what you're saying, bro, but I just think that hoodie from that picture, it kind of looks the same.
I hear
Because you
you,
can
but the
see on the
middle of it
sleeve.
looks the difference, though. The middle looks like this. The middle that's in the middle of that hoodie when he's at the waterfall looks like there's something in the middle. When he's walking through the hallway, there's nothing in the middle. I'm just saying it looks. I don't like I said. It could be just the way the camera picked it up. I get it.
He's
That's
also wearing the hood. That could pull it up. I don't know.
he's
I just
wearing the
think
hood in both pictures too, though. Oh yeah, he's wearing the hood. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but yeah, I'm
he's
just
got it
saying,
like
bro.
tight. I mean,
I'm
you
just
know, when you
saying.
put a hoodie on, Jay, how what I'm talking about when you put it on with the hood. Miss Jody says when he was at the police department and you took through Android or Google Photos and try to play around with the contrast, brighten it, whatever. That's what I did. I believe it's the same. I don't know. Yes, Sarah J. I hear where JFK is coming from. Wonder if he took off Brian Jr.'s hoodie. I don't think Brian Jr. is built like that. Hold on.
Call from Tim.
What's up, Tim?
Hey, James, JFK, how y'all doing today?
What's
doing
happening,
good,
man?
Good. So I just call on a couple things. One with the hoodie, I think it's the same. I think it's just one's a black and white photo and the other one's color. But like JFK was saying, he may be a merch collector, and I was thinking too, right when JFK was saying it, I was thinking too, that's probably one of his giveaways that he gives to chicks, but it doesn't say ATF on it, so I don't know if he's going to give that up. So other stuff is free for him.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, it's. I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
I'm not trying.
My thing as far as the vehicles, if I hope one of the attorneys that question latches onto it. He was asked, I think in the first trial, basically why was he at the police station, basically all night and all day? And he said, well, who could go home and sleep or rest after what happened? Well, maybe they should question, well, how come you stayed there all that time before you knew before John was actually found on the lawn? There's no reason for him to stay there and stuff like that. I know he ran back to Brian Albert's house, but did he run back to the police station before John was actually found? So that's one thing maybe that could be caught if that's actually what happened. So, and another thing too is, I know everybody, y'all are checking out shoes and all that stuff. Was the question ever answered? Do you know whatever happened to his socks?
I don't think so, man. Tim, I never heard. That's a good question. I still don't know where his socks went. You would think all the property would stay with Officer John O'Keefe, rest in peace, because, he's deceased now, and that property now, it becomes sentimental to the family. So everything counts, and you think the socks would definitely be in that bag. Can you hear JFK?
And I they would be full of dog hair. I mean, my dog's got short hair, and even though once I walk across it with like black socks, it's full of dog hair. So that's the only thing I have as far as
Yeah, that's a good Timmy. That's a real good he
him
can't hear.
at the police station going
Timmy,
into different vehicles.
Timmy, can you hear JFK?
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
All right, he's saying that's a
You
real
got me
good.
on speaker?
No, he's on speaker.
Yeah, you got me on speaker though. Am I coming through your speaker on your phone?
No, I'm outside, so I'm not near a computer. So
Yeah,
so
see,
I'm
I would have to be on speaker too, bro, so you
I
can hear
can't
me
hear
through
him
the
on the phone.
microphone.
So
How can I put you on speaker?
Yeah, you would have to. You got me going through your headphones, so
Yeah.
don't worry about it. No
All
worries,
right,
dude.
man. It's yeah, no, that's a very good point. Yeah, the socks would have dog hair all over them, and they said John O'Keefe took his shoes off every house he went in out of respect. You know, it's something he did. Whether or not he made it that far to taking his shoes off, I think he did because they fucked up the shoes. You know, the shoes were just they couldn't find one. One's missing. Everybody's questioning the shoes, but where the hell are the socks? That's our question. Where's the socks? That's Timmy's question, and you've been saying that. I think the same shit. Where the socks go? And as having a, like you said, having a pet, it would have dog hair, especially them shepherd, them German shepherds. They shed like crazy. Bad.
Yeah. Usually about twice a year. I think they do it constantly, but they do it heavily. At least mine does. I have a Catahoula, so but any dog I have usually shed twice a year, and they do it heavily, and then after that it's just low and it's always maintained. But yeah, but as far as him going in and out of those vehicles, I think whatever he did in that truck, he turned his lights on, got into the front of that pickup truck, then he got into the back. And looks like he may have caused something. I don't know, unless I'm just imagining it. Over to the driver's side of the rear. I'm sorry, driver's side rear, or there's actually something over there they needed because he went around to the truck to get something out, and he spent a little time. So I think whatever he's doing, he was putting maybe underneath his hoodie and then transferring it over to the Jeep. So, just so because he knows the camera's out there, so he's not going to put whatever it is in his hands.
Right. I mean,
but
yeah, no, those are some good good points that you just made, and time will tell. Hopefully, who do you think they're gonna bring up next, Tim, for a witness? You have any thoughts?
Oh, geez. Well, I don't know who they really have unless they bring up that doctor for the for supposedly finding Chloe, or did they already do that? I can't remember, but I don't know. I think all the main witnesses that were called for the state last time are going to be called by defense because Brendan's not going to call.
See, if you look at your TV, are you in front of your TV? If you look at it now, it kind of looks different. Now it doesn't look like a skull. You know what I mean? It's the same shape. But where I got this video paused.
Okay, let me take a look. Yeah, don't know. So,
look at Nicole leaving with a bear. I just caught that. She got a bear, bro. She's leaving with a whole full bear in her hand. See that shit? Unless it's a Pepsi or a Coke, but I mean, they're leaving at the bar. Ain't nobody gonna say shit to them.
No, definitely.
And that's the other thing. Nobody's saying nothing to them.
Yeah, and like I said before, my belief is feds are still hanging around and they got other stuff to do. And I think right now it's just going to be whoever jumps in a foot race to flip, because they have to know. I mean, unless they're that arrogant, they think they're untouchable. Somebody has to know they're going to get caught up in something, and they're eventually, I think, going to run. But until it's done, until this case is over, I think Karen Reed's going to be found not guilty. But we said that last time, so
Right.
wait and see how it plays out.
We'll see. We'll see, man. Well, you enjoy your weekend, Tim, and thanks for calling. You calling anytime, man. I appreciate it.
Yep. All right, man. Y'all have a good flight.
All right, you take care. It's a layover. We're not flying.
That's right.
It's all good, man. It's the same shit.
Yeah, I should know because I'm grounded here in Florida because it's raining out. We're not taking off anywhere.
Man, it's always raining in Florida. All right, have a good day, Tim.
Yep.
All right, yo, I just sent you. Hey, thank you for the phone call, Tim. Hey, listen, I just sent you something, man, to expand your brain, man. Pull it up on the screen, please. Your man JFK's working here too. My Venmo's
Expand my
JFK
brain.
show
God
off.
damn, son.
Cash out
I
JFK
just
show
pulled
off.
it
I'm
up.
working here too, trying to make the
All right, let's
layover a very success and try to break some shit right now, man. We're trying to break the code. I don't think it's the same hoodie. I think the dude got a trunk full of Harley Davidson hoodies, just like he got a trunk full of pins. Honestly, I
he
think he
good.
pulled a hoodie out the back. Listen, man, he's the type of dude. He got no style. He walks in a Harley Davidson store and he grabs a. Hey, I like this one. I
Yeah,
like
that's
this one.
why
He
he
likes
was
this
at the
one.
back. It's a good point. That's why he was
And
at
he
the back
grabs
of the
5
store.
at a time. You think that dude's grabbing tracksuits, bro? He think he knows how to put together a fit? Come on, that dude. The only fit he knows how to put together,
Oh
dude,
shit!
is a fucking badge, dude, and a gun. That's the only thing he knows how to put on, dude.
Ah man,
He got no style. Look, put it
yeah,
up on the screen, please,
let's do this one.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I go by the name of JFK, and I'm part of the Not Fucking Around crew. Y'all need to see this. We broke it here first. I don't think it's the same hoodie. It's not a conspiracy theory and none of that bullshit. I just don't think it's the same hoodie.
What do
Look at how
y'all think?
similar them hoodies are. That looks like both of them that he has on. The one to my right, that would be what? That would be the left, right?
Hey, so which one? The one without
The
the
one
Harley
without the
Davidson
Harley
going around
Davidson
the
going
face?
around. The one that he was. I mean, like, look what I'm saying though. Them are two Harley Davidson hoodies. They're very similar, but they're different. So it's like, you know what I mean? I'm not
The
saying
face
them are
is
the ones
more
he's
full.
wearing, but I'm saying, look, they could
Yeah.
be. You know, like if he's the type of guy that would go in Harley Davidson and just grab. He's the type of dude that wears Olympia t-shirts. You know what I mean? Like remember Olympia Sports?
Yeah.
And so like he wears shit like that, man. He's a plain Jane. He goes to Kohl's, bro. You know he's a fucking bum. Isn't that right, Kevin from South Boston? You ain't got no style, man.
Damn. I mean, these hoodies. That's a great point. You know, Harley Davidson too. That's all. You know, they're always changing it up. So they're gonna keep things looking the same. They're gonna keep them very similar styles, just different out. Like so, this one's got the Harley Davidson everywhere written in a skull form face. This one's got a hollow skull with the Harley Davidson on the outside. But yeah, I don't know, man. For me, I'm still rocking with number one. I think it's the same hoodie. I'm not giving him that much. I mean, he could.
Bro, but I don't like the context that you're putting it in, though, bro. You're putting it in the context like he meant to change the hoodie that was similar to the hoodie he had on. He didn't do that. He didn't mean to do that. He just put on a different hoodie.
Think he just
I'm not
pulled one
saying
out.
that he went through hoodies and was like, this one's similar to what I had on.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not
saying
saying
that.
that. I'm
Well,
just
that's
saying
the
he didn't even
context
think
that you've
that.
given it.
No. My context is I don't even think he changed it, bro. I don't even think he changed the
Bro,
hoodie.
but what I'm trying to tell you is, man, if it is true, I'm not dying on this hill. Be clear, I'm not
Yeah.
dying on this hill. I'm
No.
not saying that it's a different hoodie. But what I'm saying is, based on what we know about the dude, based on we know he collects merch, based on
It's
how he moves,
possible.
based that he's an ATF agent, he changes his clothes, he lives in his car, he does stakeouts. This is all the stuff he does. He probably goes, he doesn't have time to shop. So if he goes inside a Harley Davidson store, and he's a big dude, so all them hoodies are probably 3X and 4X. There's not much styles when you're that big, bro. There's not a huge style fucking thing for that. So
Good point.
he's got to grab what he got to grab. So if they're similar, they're similar. So he grabbed you know what I mean? So they're gonna look the same, but they're not. Just little different details. That's my point. Am I dying on that hill? No. Your man Microdot can enhance it and throw the sauce on it, and he could tell
Oh
you.
yeah.
But
It-
but I'm just telling you right now, it doesn't look the same as part is disclaimer, pause if never necessary. The thickness.
Oh shit.
I'm just
And
saying on the
that's where
logos,
we
they look
stay. No,
different.
for real. I get all that. That's where we're standing with that shit. And that's what it is. I mean, that's all we can say. That the thickness, pause if necessary. I mean, is what we're saying. I get it. You could change it, man. But I just think Kevin from South Boston, he had so much on his mind that night after everything happened.
Bro, but listen what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean? If he's got blood on his fucking
He's got to
hoodie, bro,
change, right? He can
he's
just,
got
I
to
get,
switch the hoodie up. That's what
yeah.
we're saying. We're
So
not
the
saying
next
he
one he
changed the
pulled
hoodie
out could
because it
have
was
just
part of a
been that,
plan. He had
right?
no
But
choice
even
to
if,
change his hoodie.
yeah, even if he did, right? Like, I get what you're saying. So if he pulled it out, he's just pulling one out. It doesn't matter. He's got them in the trunk. Especially Harley Davidson hoodies. You buying 2 or 3 at a time.
And that's even if he buys them, bro. He probably gets them
Probably
from
get some
somebody. They're
given.
probably like,
Yep.
yo, dude, here's some hoodies, bro. You know
Got a
what I
hookup.
mean?
I got the
He
hookup
don't
for
care,
you.
bro. All that dude cares about is his gun and his badge.
For real, man. And you would think at this point, that's all he cares about. He would
That's all he cares about.
no, I know, but I'm saying you would think he would just focus more on that and not so much trying to get away with this murder, man. I mean, these people don't give a fuck about him. They admitted it out in court. They don't like you, Kevin from South Boston. I mean, he stopped messing with him.
What does the chat say? The chat think it's the same hoodie based on the little evidence that we pulled out. Do they think it's the same? Do they think it's different? We got what, like 70 people in chat? I don't know. I mean,
70,
like I
yeah,
said, I'm not
70
dying on
people.
that hill. Disclaimer: this is not a conspiracy. I'm not dying on that hill or nothing like that. I'm just saying it's very possible that that dude has just a has a bunch of hoodies in his truck.
So
You
we
know.
got JFB saying, "What's the dark spot on Higgins' right index finger?" I don't know. I didn't see all. Pause. I didn't see his fingers. Yes, Michelle. Michelle Welsh posted a side-by-side pic of Higgy wearing the same shirt. Higgy is wearing the same shirt, she said. Oh, Bukaki said Michelle Welsh posted a side-by-side pic. Higgy is wearing the same shirt. All right, Bukaki. I was thinking the same thing, JFB. Lisa Davy. Where is Hank's medical expert? Where is Hank's accident reconstruction? Reconstructionist. Hank has brought nothing yet. 3 weeks, great call. Tim from Florida. Yeah, Tim's good, man. I like his output, and he comes up with different things like the socks. Where are the socks? That you would think
Where are
at
the
this
socks?
point, right? Like I said, right, Jay, you would think the hood looked brand spanking new. Yeah, at the Sally Port, that's what I was gonna say too. Next, Jay, the difference between the hoodie, the one at the waterfall looked thicker, pause, and the one at the Sally Port looked like some, like, almost not like knockoff, but it wasn't the same thickness,
Let me
pause.
tell you something. I'm gonna find out tonight, right? I'm gonna get information tonight based on this live stream or when I go live, because I'll just put it this way: a source, um as
The sources.
Turtle Boy puts it. I have a source who knows Higgins very, very well,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll find out his shopping habits. And I guarantee you, his shopping habits, based on how that dude moves, he goes inside stores and he just grabs whatever he can grab. He doesn't got style. He's not going to Macy's and he's not putting together fits, man. That dude's just grabbing hoodies, jeans. He's going to Famous Footwear, grabbing whatever's fucking $69.99. He's not grabbing the Air Max ones. He doesn't care if they're 86 Air Max or 2025s. He don't give a shit. Me and you, we want the 87 Air Max We want the 89 flights. We want special pieces, man. It's got to be special. I don't want it. He doesn't get it. He's not lined up like that. So meaning he would make a mistake like that and put a different hoodie on and think that that no one would notice, or or whatever it might be. So, that's where he fucked up, especially with the sneakers, with the fake sneakers and all that. The sneakerheads come in and all that.
Yep, just start breaking that shit down. Nope, the laces don't match. They're not supposed to be in those sneakers. Yeah, he'll be rocking some disclaimer shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's the type to go out and go shopping like that. I think he's more the type, like you say, he's a big guy, so he just grabs hoodies from different places, man. Like you said, Olympia, or he would wear fucking AutoZone. Who knows? I don't know where that guy goes. But yeah, man, he just grabs a few hoodies. The ATF, he can't be wearing those hoodies around. He just gives those out.
It's like a Sin City Cycle hoodie, bro.
Right.
There's
You
so
could
many
rock it
different
almost
styles,
every
but they're
week.
all so similar.
Different.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And close enough. Sin City Cycles, Harley Davidson. I mean, it has to do with similar shit, motorcycles and motorcycle clubs, and that's his whole thing. He tries to get in and fit in with guys that drive Harley Davidsons, and then once he gets in with them, he tries to get information, who sells guns, who does this, and then guess what? Next thing you know, he's fucking wrapped up in something like this. Disclaimer: I don't think it had to do with any guns or anything, but that's what
Of course it
ATF
does,
agent.
bro. He's ATF, bro.
I'm saying John O'Keefe. You think it had to do with I don't think it had to do with his job to say
But I'm saying the style of dress does, though.
style of dress.
Because if he's gotta come off a certain way, right? People put on what they put on to be looked at. They want to be looked at. I mean, looked the way they want to be perceived, right? So when he wears them Harley Davidson shirts, he's a heavier dude. It would come off as if he's not a cop. He's more like he's part of something. Is he a Hell's Angel? Is he in a motorcycle club? Is he an OG? Like think about it, he's an undercover cop. He's doing his best not to be looked at as a cop. You know what I mean? So when to him, he thinks that's his best, his best undercover outfit. You know what I'm saying? Fit, should I say? So I don't know. Based on the way he is, he thinks he's slick. I mean, he thought he was slick when he called us, right? So who knows what he's thinking?
Yeah. So Jay, I got that report, right? And it says as of June 1st, everything is cool. I can start seeing my son and everything again. But the judge put down the same stipulation. She's been screaming and crying since we've been going to court. It's like she didn't follow that. She didn't even show up to court. But now it's a instead of it just being a stipulation. I don't know how you would put it. Like basically, if she doesn't follow it this time, it's an order. Like the judge ordered that this happen. So June 1st. I mean, it's good news, but it's just now the hardest part, right, with Katie and I is the communication part and getting her to communicate with these people that have to get involved. I wish they didn't, and I know my son wishes they didn't. I wish he could just her and I could figure this shit out, but because we can't, we have to get other people involved. So I'll be seeing him as of June. So that's good news, man. It's about time. And it says no third party. Like I have to just be there myself. So it's like we were talking about because I did.
So
the
you don't have to
license.
call that lady up no more. It's just you and her.
Yeah. She has to bring him there. But they're saying that I still have to call a supervisor.
Yeah. Well,
But
the difference is if she doesn't go through with it,
that she's in trouble.
once they bring her back to court, it's not the same. It's not like
It's not. Yeah, it's not gonna be the
it's
same.
like, hey,
So,
this was an order. You're in deep shit. So fuck
yeah,
around and find out.
right.
I mean,
So
that would
it's
be
it.
on her, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, it just came in. My sister, she knew I've been waiting for it, so she brought it up. So that's good, man. Better days are to come to look forward to. It's gonna be a good summer, to say the least. Can't wait.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you, my man. Thank you, everybody in the
And
chat.
who would have thought it would have happened as we're watching the first ever, basically watching Higgins right after he committed this fucking horrendous crime, going to the police station, figuring out, how he's going to get out of it.
Right.
So it's like you're never going to forget this day. I mean, because you
No.
got to understand what you're watching. Like the waterfall video is one thing, because that's before it happened, but that video right there is after it happened. So my question is to you, the host of the Layover, James Jackson, the James Jackson.
Shit. Get it. Right. Go ahead, Jay.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that the jury, after it all gets put together, I know it's too early to, but after it's all said and done, if it's put together well, the waterfall video, him on the stand, right? Him not saying he made that phone call, him not mentioning that. Do you think they see what we see and they think that that video, the waterfall, him going to the Sally Port, doing what he just did, does it look like he's covering something up? Does it look like that's what a murderer does after, or someone who just did a crime? Are they going to see that, or are they going to say that looks like nothing to me? Like what what do you think?
I think that their heads are spinning right now between the Jem McCabe shit and then now they're hearing all this testimony from, because you got to remember, this has been 3 days of Buchanan up on that stand, just Alan Jackson breaking it down, point after point after point. I mean, Hank Brennan really isn't crossing them, so they're just seeing Alan Jackson go in on them, which is a great thing, I think, because now they're seeing all the lies unfold in each layer that's getting peeled back. They're like, wow. And like I said, we got a diverse jury, to say, like, to put it in like, I don't want to say, we got a diverse jury. So I think that between age, religion, culture, everything. So I think that they're looking at it how we are now, and I think that Karen Reed is going to be getting some good news herself. I think that she's going to get good news this time around. There's just
I
way
wonder
too
what
much.
Krause's going to say.
Yeah, well, that's the
After
thing.
he sees that video, he's going to say there's nothing in that video, the way he talks.
Yep. Oh,
He's
yeah.
going to be like, they want us to believe that that's Higgins walking to the police station after John O'Keefe got beat up. There's nothing in that video that shows that. It shows him walking in, grabbing keys like he said. And so what if he made a phone call? Maybe he forgot, but he moved the cars like he said, and there's nothing, and it's like, that's the scary shit. Because, Krauske, the 4-man weave, you got the senior, you got the junior, and you got Gary Zarola on the Corey links.
The senior's just sitting on the sidelines right now.
So you got the 4-man weave, the 4 horsemen, all schooling Hank on what to say and how to present it. And that's the scary part, because when you simplify it and you just like, because it's kind of like the way they ain't calling him on direct, and we have to call him. It's like they don't. The jury's not looking at it like the Commonwealth's hiding him. They're looking at it like he's not even that important. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes.
And that's the thing I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
Because sometimes less is best, man. And it's like, and listen, I'm not trying to be pessimistic and be Debbie Downer. I'm not saying that. But at the end of the day, I got to think about the courtroom inside the court and think, if I was a juror, does Higgins look like he just committed a crime when he's walking in there? Now, based on what I see of my criminal mentality, knowing how cops move, absolutely, I think that's what it looks like. I think he's going there. He went there. He had to go do something. He had to grab something. I don't think that honestly, that hoodie. I'm not going to die on that hill, but I will say that hoodie looks a little different. And like someone pointed out, it looks like a little bit more crispy too.
Yeah, it
So
looks
if
crispy.
it's a different hoodie, that's a big thing.
That's
I know it
huge.
looks similar. The logos look similar, but I don't think Higgins, like I said, I don't think Higgins is I don't think Higgins is comfortable in the public, period. You know what I mean? All the shit that dude does to people, I
No,
don't think he wants to grab shit and go, you know what I mean?
that's a good point too. Jay, he said also, I was there moving cars. Plural, right? I seen him move one car. He moved that white car and he moved it quick. So did he put the other hoodie in or whatever? Did he stash something in that car? Did he I mean, this is shit that wasn't searched, it
There
wasn't
you go.
checked out. You
That's
know, was
another
he
great point.
yeah. He could have done that. And what the hell was he doing at the back of that truck? He didn't move it. He just went over to the back of the truck and was like,
Exactly. And it was the weekend. Was you working the next day? What were you doing? What did you need out that truck?
well, obviously, no, I don't think he might have. He was at the house the next morning because
From
everybody keeps
7:30.
saying, yeah, at 7. I mean, a couple hours later. This is where we get twisted because we just say it like that, and I get it. We say the next day, but in the court, it's not really the next day. It's just a couple hours later.
Couple hours.
From what happened, and it's not like he went home, took a 4 hour, fell asleep for 4 hours, got up, got coffee. No, this shit happened, and he was right back there. So
It's the
what did he
same thing,
really?
bro. He's no pun intended, man, but he's riding out the storm, literally.
Yeah,
Literally. And like that's another thing too. Like, why would someone want to go to the police station, hang around the police station during a blizzard, knowing that you're gonna get snowed in, you're gonna be stuck in all this snow, you got property, do you gotta shovel your property? Why would and I understand he tries to flip it and say, "Oh, how could someone go to sleep? When something bad happened like that." Yeah, but you guys didn't do anything about it, and the common sense kicks back in that after it's all said and done, after the crime scene was, when they got John out of there, you guys are in the house.
right.
You would think that you guys would be outside, so you got no problem with walking around in the snow with a Harley Davidson hoodie, going in between cars, moving shit around. You mean to tell me if a friend of yours died on the lawn and you were out at that house that morning, you and your boy, who's also a cop, a Boston cop, and a detective, you guys wouldn't be outside trying to figure out what happened? You guys would be all in that snow trying to figure out what happened. And oh, then by the way, as time goes on at 11:54 a.m., you get a text by her, a girl that that you talk to, that you hear through the grapevine for being inside the police station, that is a suspect. You would have no problem with saying, "Hey, she just called me.
Right.
Let me bring her in. Let me talk to her. I got a relationship with her. Let me see what happened." So you
Yeah,
guys didn't
she'll
want to know what
trust him.
happened?
Good point.
The only reason why you didn't want to know what happened is because you already knew what happened.
Boom.
So I mean, it's just like it's back to the common sense part of it all, Kevin from South Boston. That's where I say, how can we get that across to the jury? Like that part. Like, these are two police officers. They're there that morning. They're all in the house talking. But there's
Jay, we got
47
somebody
pieces of
calling.
tail light that was
Yes,
unaccounted for. They found at 5 o'clock at night. So the question is, you mean to tell me them two cops never went out to that front lawn?
Hello.
And
Hello?
Yeah, 1 second. Let JFK's talking. Can you 1 second? Who's this?
yeah, I'll put a bow on it. I mean, I can't see
1 second.
two police officers that morning not going out.
This is James. Who's calling?
CC.
Oh, CC. I'm sorry. What's up, CC? Jay.
Go ahead, James. Take the call. It's fine.
And I tried to call. I thought about calling y'all the last time you covered it, that I saw you cover it, James. And then y'all had it was during the waterfall stuff and everything.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then both of y'all were on later that night. And I've been wanting to call. But I appreciate everything y'all been doing. Y'all doing a good job on this. And
Thank you. We
I
appreciate
enjoyed
that.
watching y'all get all happy about them finally talking about the waterfall stuff. So
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to see them finally bring that into play, right?
yeah, it was. I'm worried still whether they're going to wind up calling Dr. Stonebridge, though, because I know Hank is not calling them the ME, and he's wanting to call it neurosurgeon. And the neurosurgeon is being brought in just to say that he fell back and hit the back of his head, you know, and that's all the damage he suffered to his brain, which is bullshit. But,
What?
no, I hadn't called in a while. I've been recuperating. I had a freak accident happen. And reminded me of Blue 42.
Oh, shit. Are you
My
doing
son,
good now,
my
though?
oldest son, I'm healing. My oldest son, after it happened, told me, which he's born the same year as you, James. He said, Mom, maybe you need to start wearing a helmet.
Oh, goddamn.
And that made me think of Blue 42. But no,
Yeah.
I was doing some food prep in the kitchen. I got hot. I had the windows open because it was cool that morning, and I started feeling kind of woozy, and I thought, well, I'm going to turn the AC on and close the windows. Got around to doing that and got me a glass of iced tea and sat down on the table. Last I remember, I picked up the glass of tea and was drinking it. Next thing you know, I woke up on the floor, and I could feel my nose was bleeding. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh,
anyway, I wound up breaking my nose in a couple of places and fracturing my jaw.
Wow.
So I've been laying off talking.
Damn, CC.
Yeah.
What was you
I'm telling
partying?
you.
Were you partying or something?
I fainted.
You
I've never
fainted?
fainted or passed out in my life.
Oh, wow. Was it just a heat stroke or
In
something?
the dining room chair, but my dining room has hardwood floors, and I did a face plant on the floor.
Yeah.
You know, I guess I fainted, and I banged up my left elbow, so it hit first, then my left jaw, and then my nose. And I had this glass that's sort of like a mason jar glass,
Uh-huh.
and I remember drinking the tea, but when I sat up, I saw my glass.
All right, CC, I think we. I'm sorry, CC. I don't want to. I'm glad you're okay, but I think they're back in court now, and we're gonna go back into court. So
I see that.
yeah,
Okay, I see it.
I'm gonna let
All
this ride.
All right. Y'all take care. I'm watching. All right.
All right.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye. Damn.
CC, get well, CC. This is JFK. Get well. I'm sorry that you had to go through that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Again. All right. You can't hear it, huh, Jay? What is going on, man?
You had the volume off, remember?
Yeah, I know, and I couldn't. For some reason, I cannot get back in.
You gotta calm down, bro.
I know.
It's not that serious.
Well, it is when I can't get back in.
What do you mean you can't get back in? What you talking about?
I can't get. Oh, here we go.
See?
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order. Thumb drive.
Everybody
marking this
did
for
know.
identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it in evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues, so.
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
Mr. Jackson, is this it?
That's it.
Exhibit 118?
Can you
Yuri,
hear?
you never
you
thought
may
you never thought in a
display it.
million years, Yuri, you were gonna be on the stand this long, dude. Holy shit.
Oh shit!
Could
You can hear, right?
Play
Yeah.
Yeah.
beginning.
Thank
What's the runtime, Mr.
I've
Ward?
been asking nobody. Thank you, Cub.
This is at 5:37:03.
Oh
If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further. Pause.
Don't slip.
You see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sallyport back wall.
Okay.
537, maybe.
Okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in
verbiage,
something along those lines. That's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward?
Yes.
Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. You see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And
close enough.
the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Great. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle, do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature?
I can't tell.
As compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car. What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it for him. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay. Do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but he might be carrying something.
Like what?
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward.
Very likely, though.
Okay. And did it appear
Unreal.
that somebody just appeared at the front right, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark. I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Ryan?
No objection. Thank you.
Okay.
Yuri, you should have stayed at the airport, buddy.
No objection.
Yuri, you're a superstar
With the
guy.
court's permission.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Who's going to play him?
Now, Sergeant, what is this show?
Sergeant, what is
It
this shit?
appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the date and time?
Oh.
Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk?
Knew this was coming. Can
Does
you
it appear
read?
to be
No.
backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen
This
again.
dude's the biggest piece of shit.
Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second.
Watch yourself.
Slipping,
Pause.
falling.
Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the sally port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
Yes
In
or no?
fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes, yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is, yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, the point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the sally port, that was not quite true, correct?
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Stand us to that one.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that? I'll allow it.
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage at the Sally Port at 5:30, 51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found. Right.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if that.
5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What a crazy thing, man, huh? This shit is just so crazy.
It's mass, bro.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about 1.5 miles from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic condition, depending on the speed you travel.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sally Port. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sally Port garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph, I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sally Port.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
Of course he doesn't.
Don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Would that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Would it be Chief Burgos?
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Mm. Look at his hand. He's pointing. His hand's
Can you
like.
tell me the date that's on the time, the date and timestamp at the bottom?
Damn, Chief.
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I take a
Make
look
it
at
out.
that?
Sure.
Interior Sally Port.
Need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Front wall. That's what it says. 110859 or 11.
It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sally Port earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference.
The thing is the jury getting all this?
Final video.
This shit is confusing, right?
I mean,
like
exactly.
if you don't know.
To us, yeah, exactly. To them, it's probably. It's like being on a ride at Canopy Lake.
Right. It's like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Right.
Just punch Hank Brennan right in the face, Uncle Al. Just suck
right
him
now,
right there.
Just fucking sucker him.
Look at him. He's leaning back, scared
He
to
knows
death.
he's gonna get suckered.
Look, he's saying,
Hit him.
dude, don't hit me.
Look at Lally.
I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
As next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered, no.
He's gonna keep letting all this shit in to confuse the jury.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
How clear it is.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that?
That's the timestamp, yes.
Okay.
Yes, PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen.
Car's gonna appear. Watch.
Pause. Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by?
7.
In real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp. What time is that?
5:47 p.m.
So, in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sally Port to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier, of about 5:35, 5:36 or so, with you and, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video, was it?
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
Mr. Brennan?
Wow. Here we go.
Yep.
Bukaki, listen. When you take a Delta flight, is it better than a JetBlue?
So, do you know anything about this Sally Port?
Look at his face, man.
Oh, God damn.
Fucking geek.
Good afternoon, sir.
Fuck you.
You had just asked questions
Good
about
afternoon, sir.
some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sally Port area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sally Port area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sally Port back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted, and then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sally Port back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sally Port interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
Maybe grocery.
Oh, shit. It's about to go down. God damn, man. I was just reading this comment here where someone said, Karen Reed, on one of our YouTube videos I put up, the last one with me, you, Karen, and Higgins above us. Someone said, Karen Reed is responsible for John O'Keefe's death. Whether she hit him with her car or he was beaten up in that house, she drove him. Why take John to where Higgins was at? Karen Reed wanted to see this go down. So in one sense, they're saying she hit him, but the other sense, he's responsible. So I'm going to say, what if John was the one who made the decision to go there, that he wanted to go there? I mean,
indeed.
You know?
I mean, I'll tell you this much, Kevin from South Boston. Clara just put up, did Higgy change his shoes at Canton PD?
Yeah, he's been on these shoes, man. He really believes.
Oh, but he's saying Higgy changed his shoes. He's got pictures up.
Yeah, Higgy. Well, about this John O'Keefe. Yeah. Well, that's what when he
No, not
first
John
walked in.
O'Keefe shoes. Higgy
No,
shoes.
I know. You're saying Higgy. When Higgy first walked in, well, Higgins, Kevin from South Boston first walked in the Sally Port, it looked like he was wearing someone else's shoes or different shoes. The ones at the waterfall look like gazelles. I mean, I have to look more into it. You know how we are with the sneakers. I haven't really looked into that because it hasn't come up. This is all new footage. I'm sure Microdots is working too right now as we speak.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
Sorry, Hank.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sally Port back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce.
The red spot on Higgy's shoe could have been a light reflecting off the white. I'm not so sure that would be blood that bright, rambling Rome. I seen your shit. I seen your post. I'm sorry, I seen your post from Young Jerks. I believe that's where you saw it. Screenshot, if I'm right. But I don't think it's a.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022 for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was there video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And is that before January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this.
Okay.
123.
42-year-old grown-ass man has
Do you know how many
decided
cameras are
to go
inside the
somewhere.
Sally
Good
Port?
luck being the one to tell him no, we're going on.
I don't know
Right?
exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sally Port.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mhm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
You're good, Rambling Rome. What do you mean? You're all
May I
right.
approach?
Yes.
I appreciate your feedback.
I had you look at this before. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Sally Port Videos, the original disc or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
How many are there?
Please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
124.
Damn. All this evidence they have.
When you saw that dark
And all
photograph,
of
you
it's
later
crazy.
saw a picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sally Port area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image
Oh,
you
he doesn't
saw,
need
was
a
that
dictionary.
clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. Bukaki. You're the man, dude. Bukaki, man. Is that you, buddy?
Are you Bukaki? Down Revere Beach? Hey, it's a red light. You can't cross the street. After the done with Bukaki. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Hey, Brennan, you on the wrong side of the tracks, bro.
Drive, you know what is on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's
Can't believe you've
Sally
been on the
Port
stand
clarified
all
video
day.
from the front wall.
I know.
Thank you. I moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sally Port, and could you take us to about 5:35?
You go.
I mean, honestly, I don't even think the jury gives a shit about any of this. I mean, this is like all, if anything, man, it plays into their hand. It's way too confusing, man. Like, I get it. It gives you reasonable doubt, but is this what they're going to be talking about during deliberations? Like, just an ordinary folk? They're going to be like, yeah, so the Sally Port, and yeah, it was 5 minutes off, and the truck, and the chief, and Higgins. Like, man, I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's just dragging out. I like when the pace was more fast.
As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sally Port to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yo, man.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sally Port video.
Move to introduce this, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Wow.
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I will move this into evidence. No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sally Port?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sally Port.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between.
Understanding of where the CERT team was.
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department.
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sally Port, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sally Port area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight,
Not
traveling
tied at the
together.
hip, huh?
After you left the Sally Port area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it.
Yeah.
And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sally Port area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
What do you think he's trying to object all this shit for, Jay? What's everybody in the chat think? I just got a picture. I don't know if I could pull this up real fast. Check this out.
What is it?
It's Higgins at the shit. Is it? It's Higgins at the Sally Port. Look at his hand. Looks like it's bruised. See that?
I'm looking right now. Yeah.
Looks like you got a bruise on it. So like
Things that make you go,
look at that shit. Looks like that's someone who doesn't know how to throw a punch, and his finger looks swollen too. His hand. I mean, I don't know if it's from the cold and playing around in his Jeep. Could be pause if necessary, but I mean that
Is that
looks
the
like
hand
a
he had
bruise.
in the pocket when he was walking in?
Yep. Maybe he was trying to cover it up. Great point, Jay. Let me get out of here. Shit. Let me get back to there. Da, 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 da. Move you.
Wild times, bro.
Crazy.
With Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe well after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department? Objection. When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that
Yes,
where
I
you
see
ate?
that.
Yes.
Gladys Kravitz. Thank you for the comment.
When you left and then arrived in
Chat.
Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
I'm going to allow.
No, he said objection.
I learned that the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you
So,
see
Mr.
where?
Brennan, what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Buchanan testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was learned, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buchanan and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay. When the Lexus was brought to the Sally Port, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
Which one's the right rear taillight? Which photo's the right rear taillight? Try that one. The right rear taillight. While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection. Sustained.
Come on, man. What kind of fucking question is that?
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
You would have helped them remove it.
Show Mr. Jackson.
Can I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman?
Damn.
Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence
Say he's just going with the simple shit.
was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
He's
Yes, I
working
did.
right now.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow?
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
Here he goes with the simple shit.
I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation, and I want to be specific about what you learned
Trying to clean it
and
all
when,
up.
and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert?
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe, did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was.
Yes.
And you had worked on a case or some involvement in the case with him?
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time?
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
Did you take him to Soldiersville Road?
I did not, no.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military?
Yes, I was.
Served the president?
Yes.
Serve
And
the
so
president.
At this point,
This fucking guy.
how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene? What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found, and also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was
He's
it
gonna drop a
somewhere around
soundbite.
that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Was that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers? Well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Do you know whether or not, were they suspects at this point?
No, they were not.
Did you know whether they were eyewitnesses or differently witnesses?
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them,
people.
Did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions.
Yeah,
Two,
all right.
these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event finding their
Oh,
friend
okay.
on,
What about John O'Keefe
the
being
front
dead?
lawn of their own
What kind
town.
of excuse is that,
So,
bro?
going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable
Oh yeah, make them feel
scene for them to recall information in the
Oh,
comfort of their own home.
recall.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Just whether you know.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
And what did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
After speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital and make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
Not even a good
In your
state trooper, man.
experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave with you with relative to your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the
Come
conclusion...
on, bro. You couldn't believe
strike
that.
After making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those are in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes. Majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him, could I have hit him, along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle. My focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
We can approach.
Crazy, huh?
Yes, sir. Definitely,
I
man.
got
Wow.
which I just looking at on Twitter, man. They going wild. Got Joe Flip ahead. He screenshot a
Everybody.
picture. You saw that?
Of what? Higgins?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up. I might have. Shit. On the phone. Damn. Think I have to go back. Stop sharing this. I don't want to miss out, but let me see. I'll do it real quick. Boom. Boom.
He's calling JFK and James Jackson. Is that the thing you talk about?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He said Higgins is calling JFK and James Jackson right now. Oh, shit.
I mean, this is a lot of stuff going on to take in if I was the jury, man. If I'm sitting there watching this, and then
Crazy.
it's just so much of the same person, and it's like, and then like I said, then they're gonna hide Higgins, hide all these characters, and it's
God
definitely
bless
gonna
you.
be. They're definitely gonna have to get creative to figure this out.
Yeah.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back, so I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Garino, I saw.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
And that was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection. So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter
She
Daniel
asked the
Whitley
question.
on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report.
Would your police report potentially refresh your recollection?
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you a document. I do not want you to read from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
Stu got a whole nother day up on there.
After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022 about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information is provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him? Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see Counselor Slyback for just a minute here on this one.
Damn, huh? I'm gonna be ending this shortly. I gotta get ready for thing. I wanted to see this play out. I mean, got Kendrick tonight, Jay.
To Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 3430 in those early morning hours. Right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified.
Wasn't engraved in my mind. Sarah, I think it's Hank's whole purpose to confuse the jury. I agree. I mean, that's really all he's got left is to confuse this jury. To arrest her, that's... Get the fuck out of here, Yuri. Yes, I'll catch you guys soon. Been going for like 4.5 hours. I'd like to finish this with you. I will actually, you know what? I'll stick around. You haven't missed much, just Hank pulling his bullshit. I'm just waiting to hear back. It's 3:30. I gotta see. I'm dressed, ready to go.
In addition
Rim the
to
room. I'll
trying to
catch
get
you on the next
or
one, no doubt.
obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and were attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on Alexis, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know, and yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And
was.
when you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Folks, remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form the case.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates? Objection.
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Saw
Yes,
the light,
Were
been
you
trouble.
shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were
Yeah,
bagged?
he's running down.
Yes,
the
I was.
clock.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8, 2022?
Anybody that's in
There
there,
was.
if you can
Who
smash
produced
the
that
like
evidence?
on your way in or your way out,
That
I
was
appreciate
Michael
it.
Proctor who recovered it.
And
You're
you were not
going
there
strong
that date when
for
he recovered the items?
hours
I was
and
not, no.
40 minutes.
I'd ask you to retrieve
Just ask you to
7-13,
like,
the items that were found on
subscribe,
February 8, 2022.
maybe buy
Yes,
a
sir.
Do you have
jacket.
gloves?
I don't
I do.
know. Who the hell knows? Layover, disclaimer, James Jackson. Maybe send a super chat. Maybe memo, whatever you want to do. I don't know. Who the hell knows what you do? But he's got something. It's your time, Ben Trouble. What's he got in the bag? Put those gloves on. We got to keep the misinformed informed. Yes, we definitely continue misinformation. To say shirt is different is a speculation. To say shirt is different is speculation. My word, definitely continue misinformation. Yeah, I mean,
7-13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
no problem. I appreciate you, Rambling
Can
Rome.
you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is 1 large piece of plastic, red in color, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1
Yeah,
piece
I've
of
seen
black
that.
plastic.
It's not true.
I will open it to further show.
I mean, disclaimer. I don't know. I haven't looked into it that far to see if it is or not. So if he is, he's a something he got to deal with. Man, this though soon, so you guys gonna have to
This one's labeled 22-02-184.
Most likely Sarah, I'll be doing
as
this.
the bag. And this is letter number, or a
You
letter.
guys
labeled
enjoy the
A
rest of your
as in
night.
Alpha.
Peace out. Everybody that was here today, I appreciate all of you from the bottom of my heart. I got great news today. If you know, you know. 43 people still here. If you can
This was
continue to
recovered
just
on
hit the like
February
on your
8th,
way out.
2022.
Go check out the Galera. Go check out the Young Jerks. Go check out Melanie Little. Whoever you check out. I don't know who the hell knows. Just don't check out this guy.
This
Peace.
appears to be a black piece of plastic.
Hey man, what's up guys? Kevin from South Boston. And I appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right? Are you ready to put it out there that you
sound like Higgins, bro.
You wrong.
Is this Higgins?
Is this Higgins? You wrong.
You're Higgins.
What'd you think of Higgins on the JFK show last night? You guys hear Higgins? He said he's a decorated dude.
We love you.
Like that means anything, she says.